has to do with a metabolic problem that we know how to prevent and to reverse. So we're going to be getting into the details, into the weeds, so to speak, about how that works and what we can actually do about that in a very practical way. I want this afternoon's presentation to be as practical as possible, where I'm presenting strategies that hopefully are presented in such a way that there's enough evidence in each strategy where you can say, yeah, I actually believe that. That makes sense. You've been able to critically think through that. So I'm putting in just enough studies within each of those strategic categories to help you realize it's not just an idea that I had. It's just not my belief system. This is something that I have studied thoroughly, looked at the evidence, weighed the evidence, debated the evidence, and come up with a determinant, not because of my philosophy of life, not because of the way I was raised, etc., but because of what the science really shows. Okay, so I try to have integrity as a scientist to give you the information that I understand to be the most accurate information possible. Okay, so that's the background. So looking at, I say it's 10 steps in preventing Alzheimer's and reversing cognitive decline, but in reality, there's dozens and dozens and dozens of steps. Your job this afternoon is to make a little note, either mentally or in a little paper that you're writing notes on, is come up with strategies that build hippocampal resiliency, that actually grow new memory neurons in your brain and synapses to connect memories so that you can remember, when you see that face, when I see Dr. McFadden's face, I think back to Loma Linda University in the late 1980s, where he was studying preventive medicine and I was studying preventive care. Okay? And so I place that spatially. I'm able to place that because I have an index neuron in my hippocampus that still works and connects those events. Okay, and then we worked together in Singapore at a hospital that's actually named after my great uncle. It was actually called Youngberg Memorial Hospital. And so I'll never forget that, I hope. All right. There's many strategies. We've multiple times now in every presentation I've given, I've shown this picture of Dr. Ronald Peterson from Mayo Clinic, neurologist, talking to Glenn Campbell about his diagnosis of Alzheimer's. The key point here is that every single one of us has some hippocampal decline. We need to figure out, how do we slow that decline? How do we stop that decline? How do we begin to reverse that decline? Now, this is true no matter how we rank compared to each other. So there is a test done by neurologists or radiologists run this test that is called it's called hippocampal volumetrics, which is evaluating the size of that hippocampus right here. The size where Dr. Peterson is pointing his pen is showing the size of the active hippocampi where there's still neurons present. That is the gray, darker area next, just to the right of his pen. That is active hippocampal memory neurons that are still present. The whited out area, once again, as a review, is where they have been destroyed and they're gone. It's basically a space, right? There's nothing there anymore. That there's supposed to be something there. What's really exciting to me, and it really sets the stage for our discussion this afternoon, is that we have seen case study after case study of individuals that when they have this very test done and they're given a rating, a percentile rating, which basically rates you based on 100 average people, your age and gender, they're given a rating of 15th percentile as an example. 15th percentile means that your hippocampi, that section of the brain, is smaller in space. In fact, it's had so much atrophy, so much damage and destruction, that now it is smaller than 85% of your peers, your age and gender. That's what 15th percentile means. It's a rating. So after just a year of applying the strategies that I'm going to begin to share with you this afternoon, right, that we introduced last night in general, but we're going to be going over specific strategies, of which there are many more. Be clear on that. We're going to be covering some really important ones. We call it the low-hanging fruit. These are the obvious things that everybody should be taking advantage of anyways, but they're especially important for the hippocampi. So these strategies are building up that space in the hippocampus that Dr. Peterson is pointing at right now. All right, so we've also each time talked about the two greatest laws of health as outlined by Dr. Sid Baker at Yale University. We're saying optimal health and the potential here requires that we provide all the necessary elements. We need to have a column for that, and then optimize the system that way and remove all the interfering elements. So we need to have a column. Basically it's a list that we develop ourselves, a do and don't list. Now, a lot of us we kind of shrink back from doing that because it seems legalistic, the do's and the don'ts. But the reality, if you don't have a do and a don't list already in your mind, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. We all have naturally things that we just say, no, I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to do that. No matter what, I'm not going to do that. And that protects us, and it protects our family, and it protects our neighbors. Because if there's certain things that aren't on that don't list, now everybody's at risk. And you can just imagine that. How long would a family and a marriage stick together if on that don't list there isn't a list that says, I will be true to my mate. I love it how the Australians say it. Being true to our partner, right? So there's a don't list. Says don't do anything that would damage that relationship between husband and wife, right? That's just one simple example. We know how things would fall apart if we're not being true to that part of our don't list. The things we want to avoid, the toxins in our life, right? So basically, we've talked about the nutrients are the necessary elements. The toxins are the interfering elements. I'm going to skip through that one now. So this is basically a document that what I do is I actually give this document to my patients, and then there's a whole bunch of spaces underneath the writing here where they can fill in their own do list and don't list. I've actually never referred to it that way, but that's essentially what it is, right? It's all the things that promote and build hippocampal neurogenesis, okay? And on column 2, it's all the things that promote hippocampal atrophy or destruction or disrepair or breakdown. Okay, so we want the summation of those two columns to be in the positive realm. To be an index score that's positive. In other words, we're getting better. Our brain is getting better and better and better every day. No matter where we start. Now, we might have started with a really low level, like that person I just mentioned. This is a real case study, who's at 15th percentile. And within a year, now they've gone from being lower than 85% of individuals to now being higher, having more hippocampal neurons in their hippocampi than 85% of their peers, their gender. That's in a year. I've seen that happen. And so, in other words, the body, this is an area of the body. We used to think that once you lose a brain cell, it's gone forever. Well, maybe that brain cell is gone forever, but you can repair, you can make a new one to take its place. Right, so that's exciting that we have that potential to regenerate. And we've begun discussing ways to do that, especially with the presentation just given earlier this morning. So let's move on here. So the Okay, I just realized that I'm not where I need to be. So let me take us where I need to be. Okay, so ultimately, what we want to do, and I say this to my patient, when I first start working with a patient who has come to me because of a concerns relative to cognition. That's their main goal of working with me. Either they have a family history of cognitive decline of some kind, like I do. My grandfather had Alzheimer's. My uncle has Alzheimer's. I know I have risk. I'll tell you some stories on myself, as I promise. If I don't, raise your hand and call me out, okay? Sometimes I forget to tell those stories. Or they may have just discovered they did a genetic test with 23andMe or Ancestry.com, or maybe with their doctor, and they discovered they had the ApoE4 mutation, single copy, and, or worse yet, a double copy. Either way, there's always a way around those genetic mutations. Those genetic mutations are not fully determinate. In genetics, we call it, is it fully penetrant? Fully penetrant means no matter what you do, it's going to happen. And it used to be thought that the ApoE4 mutation, which I was going to talk a lot about this afternoon, but I'm putting it to the end of the talk, which we probably won't get to. You can always look that up. I talk about it all the time. I want to get to the core strategies, right? I want to jump right into them. And so, but if you have one of those mutations, one or two, they're no longer thought to be fully penetrant, because now we've seen patients go from really low scores to high scores, which means the body's regenerating. We have now figured out what we need to do so that the brain can heal. So our key goal here is to figure out what that is for each of us. So I always tell patients whether maybe they got diagnosed with an actual clinical problem with cognition, mild cognitive impairment, subjective, or full-blown dementia in some level of progression. Our first goal is we want to slow it down. We want to slow the progression of the disease process down. And of course, the most common response I get when I say that is like, whoa, time out, doc. I didn't come here to slow it down. I came here to reverse it. And I said, well, if you're driving really fast down a hill, you don't just throw the car into reverse. You've got to first slow it down, and then you slow down enough that you can stop, and then you can back up the hill. So that's the process. The most important thing clinically is to slow it down. Because see, the problem with cognitive decline progression is that it's not linear typically. It doesn't just gradually, catch up. It is snowballing. It builds a momentum, and it starts to snowball. And so by the time you and your family members have noticed that there is a significant concern now, this is not something we can avoid anymore. If we just delay the therapeutic strategies, if we just say, well, it's easy no matter what we are diagnosed with, whatever it might be, any condition, it's easy to go into denial. We call it the demons of denial. That it's just human nature. It's like, I've had patients that never acknowledged that they had dementia. Never, even though they clearly had dementia. And the only reason they got better is because their spouse was all in on it. I'll tell you some stories about that. And powerful stories of improving, even though they were constantly in denial. They didn't want to acknowledge they had the problem. And see, if you're not willing to acknowledge that there's a problem, then you're less likely to follow the interventions, right? Unless you have a really good support team around you. And so I think about the books and presentations that Norman Cousins, I don't know if you remember Dr. McFadden, but Norman Cousins actually came to Loma Linda University around the time that we were there, and it was mid-'80s, and he did a keynote presentation at the annual postgraduate convention for the School of Medicine and School of Public Health. And he had just been hired by UCLA to head up their program of psychoneuroimmunology, the impact of the psyche on the nervous system and ultimately on the immune system. In other words, how we think determining how well we are. Very powerful, and how we think is critical for this whole process of hippocampal neurogenesis process. So, Norman Cousins, he wrote a book. He was a very well-known political figure, journalist. He ran the Saturday Evening Post back in the 70s. And he actually went with President Nixon at the time as an emissary to China. And while in China, I think it was China, could have been Russia, one of the two. But read the book. It's called Anatomy of an Illness. And while there, he got exposed to diesel exhaust. And that's as the story goes. And diesel exhaust has some of the worst known carcinogens that we've ever been able to. So as a diesel truck is accelerating, if it leaves you in a cloud of dust, a cloud of exhaust, I should say, that's extremely toxic, because when diesel is being accelerated and burned, it releases all kinds of very toxic fumes, and he got sick from that. At least that was the straw or the bale of hay that broke the camel's back. And so he's in a hospital at UCLA, and they're trying to figure out what happened, what's going on. And so they're doing test after test on him. His body inflammation is sky high. His SED rate, or his erythrocyte sedimentation rate, which is a classic form of measuring inflammation throughout the entire body, throughout the whole bloodstream, it was over like 110. It was super high. So they were concerned that he was going to die any day. And finally, he kept saying, he's a brilliant orator, amazing man, and also had a really good sense of humor. And he would say to his doctor, say, what's going on? What do I have? And they didn't know what he had yet. And so finally, one of the specialists came up to him and says, we've just discovered your diagnosis. And at the time, they had diagnosed him with a rare form of ankylosing spondylitis, which is an autoimmune disease that is very crippling to the body. And now we have great treatments for regular ankylosing spondylitis, but this is a rare form, and they basically said your condition is terminal. And so he looked at the doctor and he said, what's my chances? The doctor kind of looked a little perplexed. He says, terminal means that you need to get your life in order. You're not going to survive this illness. He says, young man, I didn't ask you if you thought I was going to die. I asked you, what are my chances? And so they went back and forth, and he kept saying, what are my chances? And finally the doctor, statistically, what is the possibility that, that there's, a rare chance that you might make it through this? And so he went to the medical library back at UCLA. This is before internet. And he did his research, and he came back, and he was still looking kind of down, wasn't doing eye contact very well with Norman Cousins. And Norman Cousins looked at him and said, young man, what are my chances? And he says, it's not good. He insisted again. He says, it's only one chance out of 500 you could survive this. He says, I'm going to be that one. And the doctor said, no, you're not going to be that one. They said, you can't think that way. And he says, what do you mean I can't think that way? If I believe what you say, I have no hope whatsoever. I'd rather have hope than no hope at all. And so he literally checked himself out of the hospital against medical advice and checked himself into a hotel near the hospital. And he called up his research assistant at the Saturday Evening Post, and he says, listen, this is my diagnosis. try to find out if there's anything out in the world literature. This, again, before the internet, but journalists had contacts. You know, they had ways of investigative journalism. So they said, come up with a list. It says, I'll give you 10 hours. Come up with a list and give me a call back. So he's at the hospital, not doing too well. SED rate is sky high still. He has a nurse coming in every day checking his blood levels. And finally, his research assistant from the Saturday Evening Post says he came up and was kind of hesitating. He said, well, I came up with two things. And he said, they're both kind of like out there, you know, definitely not conventional. And the first one was high-dose intravenous vitamin C. That's still kind of controversial, even though can be very effective, especially under situations like that. And so he immediately called a nurse and worked with his local physicians to get high-dose intravenous vitamin C pumped into him right there in the hotel room near UCLA. And he said, what's the other one? He said, the other one is kind of really weirder, and it's mirthful laughter. Yeah, just like that. And he said, what? He says, like, no, it's just basically there's a new science of psychoneuroimmunology that if you think happy thoughts, if you learn to laugh and enjoy yourself, it changes your biochemistry so powerfully. It changes your nervous system, your endocrine system, and ultimately your immune system is boosted, and your innate immune system is activated to the point that it can fight whatever is damaging your health. So he goes like, well, all right. So he called up one of his good friends who was the manager at Candid Camera. And they literally, this is before videos, right? They literally sent a courier out to him with reel-to-reel Candid Camera funniest ever moments, right? And so he's sitting in this hotel room, hooked up to an IV, getting high-dose vitamin C, and laughing and just, you forget about the fact that he's going to die any hour, right? But he's just laughing. He's laughing so much his belly's hurting, and you know, the next day, his SED rates dropped 20%. Another day goes by, laughing, IV vitamin C, SED rate dropped. 7 days, he checked himself out of the hotel, he was fine. Now, he tells this story in his book, The Anatomy of an Illness. It's a powerful book because in that book, one of my favorite quotes from this book is where he says, don't deny the diagnosis, but defy the verdict. So we embrace the diagnosis because if we don't embrace it, we're not probably going to get better unless, again, we have a super healthy and functional support team all around us, kind of guiding that process. You're not going to change anything if you don't believe you need to. Right? So very powerful. So these are the concepts. We can slow things down. We can slow them down enough to stop him. By the way, I believe, based on my own clinical experience and the experience of many others doing this program, that 100% of individuals can slow down the progression. And I'm talking about slowing down from something that is crescendoing, that's snowballing, to basically very, very slow progression. That right there is the most important step. Slow it down so that it's going very, very slow. Think of it in the context of most prostate cancer, not all, of course. Most prostate cancer, most men who are in their 80s have prostate cancer, but it's so slow growing, they're going to be long dead of natural causes before that cancer becomes a problem at all. At least that's the way it's been referred to in many cases. And so in this case, we can slow it down so much that you're really doing that much better. But we've also noticed that in 95% of cases, we can stop the progression. That's huge. In most cases, most of the time, it's not expected that you can even slow it down significantly. We talked about that last night. And then what's really exciting is to have people, I have people fill out journaling handouts that documents clearly when this problem started, and it could be just like, man, I just have name fishing. I've had that. Don't raise your hand if you have. Okay, but you know that where you used to be maybe fairly good at names, and now you're like, hey, man, what's that? I've known this person for 30 years. Why can't I think of their name? Right? Or it's just word fishing. I had well, I'll tell you that story later. But individuals that come to my office, I can tell that they're very intelligent, they're very successful in their work, they're doing really well professionally, but they're going like, and I'm looking at their glasses. You mean glasses? Yeah, glasses, right? So it's, again, it has nothing to do with intelligence, as with the ability to connect to that hippocampal index neuron that tells you where that word is in your brain. Okay, you can visualize it, you can describe it, you can do all, it's like the 6 blind men in the room with the elephant. They can describe all things about it, and eventually everybody that's listening to the discussion knows exactly what you're talking about, even though the people in the story don't know what it is, right? And so that's kind of where we're at in this hippocampal degeneration, where it's not working properly. We just need to be able to access that connection, that link, that index neuron to where the memory is. And I've had patients that have multiple times throughout the first visit. Okay, not everybody. Everybody's got their own symptoms, right? But some people, it's just word fishing. That's a very common one. And you can still be extremely gifted and successful in any professional endeavor and socially. It's just that everybody knows that you kind of have a problem thinking of a word, and eventually you find it and everything's fine. Okay, but that can progress to other symptoms that are not so minimal or minor as that. So that's a clue. That's a red flag waving in the distance. Okay, we need to pay attention, because this is not going to get better unless we address the cause. And it will get worse unless we address the cause. So then this is the results of the most recent study. This was a randomized clinical study done by Dr. Bredesen and a large team of doctors and researchers that just published this study last year, and they showed that of all the people who enrolled in this program and took advantage of, tried to follow a program that involved many of the things we're going to start addressing today, they found that 12% of that population got worse. 12%. 4% didn't change at all, but 84% improved. In other words, 84% of people that had mild cognitive impairment or early diagnosis of Alzheimer's actually got better during that initial year of therapy. And there's other studies that I don't have time to show you tonight because I want to go into the actual facts, that basically shows that when you follow this program, you have sustained improvements as long as what? As long as you keep following the program, right? Yeah, you can't expect to do better if you just do it for a month and then you go back to your old lifestyle. It'll all revert to back where it was, right? So basically 84% improved. And a lot of it was because they were paying attention to their blood sugars. They were paying attention to how insulin resistant they were and reversing that process. We're going to go through that in detail in a minute. So 4% didn't change, but what would have happened to those very individuals in that 4% group if they hadn't done the program? What is your guess? They would have declined, because that is what is expected. They would have otherwise declined, and declined far faster than the group that did decline. So even in the 12% of that group that showed actually they had a decline based on the neuropsychiatric testing, etc., and their careful evaluation of the neurologist in the study, those 12 that declined, more than likely, because you can't do a crossover trial for something like this very easily, more than likely actually declined far, far less than they otherwise would have. That's the key. So whenever I have a patient or a family member of a patient go like, we're not sure this is working. We really can't tell that she or he is doing any better. And so that's why I'll go back to the journaling that has objectively been done at the very beginning, where I have them go back to the beginning of the problem, which could have been 10 years before, write down examples of what happened, and then keep tracking that over time to the present, carefully outline the present. What are all the things that you feel comfortable doing? What is your functionality in the normal activities of daily living? And what is the problem? Is it just a short-term memory issue where you forget what happened an hour ago, okay, or yesterday? Or is it word fishing? Is it name problems? Is it executive function? Is it forgetting other details, right? Is it not being able to be as clear in your communication as you used to be able to? Is not being able to understand communication as quickly as you used to be able to? So what is the concern, and rate it. And so now, 3 months later, 9 months later, a year later, 2 years later, when they're saying, I'm not really sure we're getting any better here, I go like, okay, time out. Let's go back to the journal and compare. Compare where you are right now and where you were a year ago. And when they do that, so I just read from my own note that they provided. Okay, a year ago you said this and this and this. And I go like, oh, I guess I am a lot better. Or I guess my wife or my husband or my father or mother or uncle and aunt, they're much better now. It's like that slow process that occurs. We get used to the adaptation, and we actually think they're not getting better when they actually are. So be aware of that. So that's why documenting where we are now. I do that. I document. So I don't fall into that trap, which is just easy for us. We're all human to think that we're not really getting better when we really are. Okay, now Dr. Bredesen points out he actually divides what he calls subtypes of dementia, or a trend to dementia. And essentially in these subtypes, you have inflammatory. In other words, he's just breaking it down to the major categories of metabolic drivers that damage the hippocampal function. Okay, so this is really important to note. So that's why in the blood test that you get, it's good to get multiple measures of inflammation. If you have arthritis, if you have basically rheumatoid arthritis or other forms of inflammatory pain in your body, that's bad for your brain. Okay, and sometimes the medications you use to lower inflammation are also bad for your brain. So we need to come up with strategies that lower inflammation and pain, but are actually good for your brain, right? So we are very thoughtful in how we approach it. So inflammation is one of them, and then we have atrophic. Atrophic just means there's various hormone and hormone-like substances that help build the hippocampal volume, help repair and grow new neurons and synapses, and that's why hormones are critical. That is why many women, as they go through menopause, they go brain foggy, and that continues on at some level, sometimes indefinitely. And so that's why you need to work with your prescribing doctor to address hormone replacement through a bioidentical strategy, not because of hot flashes necessarily, but because of cognitive disrepair that otherwise might occur because of the inadequate level of hormones. We're not talking about pumping you up with hormones like you had when you were 20 or 30. We're talking about just giving enough that provides a protective barrier to the hippocampal neurons from an estrogen standpoint, from a testosterone standpoint, from a DHEA, from all these different hormonal perspectives. So hormones are critical. And by the way, vitamin D, even though vitamin D is a supplement or is produced by sun exposure, is not a hormone initially. It gets converted to a prohormone in the liver, and then converted to an actual hormone by other cells in the body that are one of the most powerful ways to protect the brain from infections, which is a critical cause of hippocampal degeneration. Infections, big time problem with the brain. In fact, that's one of the biggest challenges I see relative to any aggressive infections, whether they're even just respiratory infections, whether it be respiratory syncytial virus for kids. And why that's important for kids, because their brains are developing at that time, and if they have a bad infection, now they're at a higher risk of developing a problem with cognition when they're older, when they're our age. So that's critical. That's critical. So what we do about it, the main thing is optimize the natural immune system that promotes innate immunity, and vitamin D is one of the most powerful strategies. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Then we have glycotoxic, which is a combination of insulin resistance, which is an atrophic problem, which is a hormone. Insulin is the most important hormone in your body from a metabolic standpoint. Okay? I mean, they're all important, right? You can't just pick one. Okay, but many obstetrician and gynecologists, when they're asked what the most important hormone is relative to reproduction, you know what they will say oftentimes? Cortisol. Like, what? That's not a reproductive hormone. But it influences your reproductive hormones in a dramatic way. And so if your cortisol is all whacked out because of stress in your life and because of blood sugar irregularities that cause cortisol to go roller coaster on you, that change in cortisol really damages the reproductive hormones at all ages in men and women. Okay, but what I say, I actually will agree that cortisol is critical to that process, but what is the one hormone that influences cortisol the most? From a metabolic standpoint, at least from my perspective, it's insulin. Insulin has the biggest fluctuation. We'll look at that in a little bit. Insulin can be low and go super high after a meal, and then it drops within an hour or two really low, and when that drops really low and blood sugars start crashing because of the initial high insulin, and insulin basically stores sugar from the blood into the cells, and now the blood sugar's low and the brain's going like, whoa, I'm not getting enough blood sugar, and that then stimulates the fight or flight system. The amygdala, which is that fight or flight little section of the lower brain, right next, by the way, to the hippocampi, and the amygdala shoots out this fight or flight signal, which tells the adrenal glands, make more cortisol, make more adrenaline, and now the blood sugars shoot up because the liver releases its own sugar stores, which are 3 to 4 pounds of sugar in your liver, stored for emergencies. Well, what if you have an emergency 2 or 3 times a day because your blood sugars are crashing, because we're not balancing the blood sugars properly? That means you're getting a sugar spike even though you're not eating any sugar. And that sugar spike will do what? It'll spike your insulin again, and then that will cause your blood sugars to crash again eventually, and then that stimulates your cortisol. So it's a roller coaster of hormones throughout multiple times a day. Again, we'll touch on that. So that is so critical that we figure out. And then we have toxicity, all kinds of toxins. And I wish we had time to get into toxins, but that's a whole different discussion. Toxins from our environment, heavy metal toxins, basically pesticides, herbicides, mold toxins, toxins that come from biologic organisms. Mold is a biologic toxin, but so are any venoms or spider bites. I had one of the university professors that worked with my father for many years, brilliant man. I visited him in a hospital years ago, and he had rapid onset dementia. And I was just getting ready to do a whole live-in series on dementia at Coronado Island Marriott. And my dad wanted to go visit him in Redlands, California, where he was in the hospital. And I remember thinking, like, what do you mean rapid onset dementia? You know, why did he have rapid onset dementia? So we went to visit his wife at her home, and she explained to me that he'd had a brown recluse spider bite. And I went, whoa, time out. Because, you know, he said his original problem was his leg was infected, and basically he had poisoning. He had septicemia from it. And so I knew from my previous research on that is extremely toxic to every tissue, but especially to the brain. And so that's why you got to get that treated right away. You don't wait around. And as I quizzed his wife, I said, did any of the doctors do anything? I says, no, it was just kind of like part of the history. I go, like, what? They didn't actually address the problem? There are things that can be done to basically neutralize the venom from brown recluse spider bites, or really any venom for that matter. And so I felt bad for him because he basically died a few weeks later, and he could not hold a conversation with my dad, but my dad, you know, they were both professors of religion. Interesting. They were both theologians, and so it was a little kind of awkward visiting him because he was struggling with communication. And then my dad said, hey, let's cite some of our favorite verses from the Bible. And all of a sudden, this learned professor who was struggling putting words together was reciting scripture after scripture after scripture verbatim without making any mistakes. It was really interesting how the brain was working there. And I remember I said, no, I'll never forget this. I was kind of like observing my father and him because they had been colleagues for so many years. And yet I was also saddened at the same time that a potential cause of this problem hadn't been addressed early enough to fix it. So toxicity, a huge issue. The most common toxin that I see in my patients, mold toxin. And I tell them it's not primarily related to how new or how clean your house is. Obviously, if you're living in a shack that has mold all over the walls, that's really bad. Okay, but most people are exposed to mold with having no idea that they're exposed. Or if they do, they just think, well, that was in a skylight or in a window somewhere or under a kitchen cabinet, and we kind of cleaned that up. And because it's out of sight, it is out of mind. And the reality is that if there's water damage that hasn't been fully addressed, fully remediated, there's constant release of mold in that area. And that mold releases, when it dries and breaks up, it releases toxic particles. That's the actual toxins. These mycotoxins that are just floating in the air indefinitely. They're so small they don't even fall with gravity. They just float along in the air, and eventually they get attached to dust in the air, and they fall into the dust, and you can measure it with what we call a mycometrics dust test. So I have my patients do a dust test to see, are you under exposure without realizing it? It's the industry standard. It's called the ERMI, Environmental Relative Moldiness Index. And there's a very well explained approach to, they actually do PCR testing on the on the mold spores of the different classes, and from that we know what the mycotoxins are. We can also do a urine mycotoxin profile with Great Plains Laboratory out of Kansas. It's now called Mosaic Diagnostics, where you can actually do a urine test and see, do you have mold in your body? I did that test for the fun of it one day, thinking, I won't have a problem because I'm super healthy. I always go with the default that I'm super healthy until I do test. I go like, well, I guess I'm not that healthy after all. And I had lived in Guam for 14 years, where pretty much where you live on Guam, you're going to have a mold problem probably without realizing it. And, I always just cleaned it up like it was just mold, right? So it never bothered me until I did that blood test and I discovered, or that urine test, I discovered I had high levels of mycotoxins, mold toxins in my blood. I had more than most of my patients. I go like, whoa. So that woke me up, and then I did a blood test. I guess I am talking about mold tonight. Then I did a blood test called the HLA, which stands for human leukocyte antigen. It's basically proteins, glycoproteins that are protruding from the outer membrane of the white blood cells. That's human leukocyte, white blood cell antigen protein. And it's called the HLA-DRDQ test. And it's best done at LabCorp so that you get all the right proteins measured. And there are studies looking at over 10,000 patients that allow us to figure out what patterns make you the most susceptible. And guess what? When I did that blood test, I was super susceptible to mold. Never once thought that was a problem. And then I discovered how bad mold is for many of us. And so I'm on a deep mold detox protocol most nights of the week. Take a little bit of charcoal, a little bit of chlorella right before going to bed. Do some other things too, but that's the core of it. And so it might sound a little odd, but for those of you that are in the know, Ellen White, one of my favorite health reformers, carried charcoal with her everywhere she went. Okay, I'll leave that for you to ponder. So toxins, and then you have vascular triggers of dementia. Vascular dementia is the second most common form of dementia. It just means circulation is not working optimally. So we got to optimize circulation. And then number 5, traumatic injury. How many of you had some type of head trauma growing up? I mean, I don't know how many times I hit my head playing soccer or flag ball or running to another guy riding bikes in the parking lot, banging heads. I mean, I don't know how we survived as children, right? It's like I had so much head trauma in my lifetime. I don't know if you remember the alfalfa field off of Timberland, that there was a path that cut across the alfalfa field on Hillcrest, just cutting right through the alfalfa field. And there was, so that we would always ride our bikes as I rode back home from school. And one night, it was about 10 o'clock at night, my brother was on his 10-speed and I was on my 3-speed. And I don't know, I was probably 12, 13 years of age. No, not even that. And I was trying to keep up with my brother, and I just had my head down. I was paddling as fast as I could go. It's dark out. All I could see is the back tire of my brother's 10-speed bike, and I was just trying to keep up with him and kind of allowing him to draft me along. And all of a sudden, he just moved, and I didn't wake up till about 15 minutes later. The Westfall boys, which were teenagers, they were about 4 or 5 years older than us, they were riding their bikes the other direction on the same path at night, going fast. And when my brother moved out of the way, I hit the older Westfall boy head on, destroyed both of our bicycles, and I was laying on the alfalfa field about 15 feet away. And the first thing I realize is happening is I'm having these short circuits all throughout my body. I'm lucky I survived that. I could have easily broken my neck and died right on the spot. And clearly I had some type of neurologic injury because I was having these electrical short circuits in my both arms and both legs. And finally I woke up, so the Westfall boys would have probably beat us up if it hadn't been for the fact that they thought I was dead, right? Because it literally destroyed his bike. It just crunched everything. His tires and his handlebars, and I'm just lucky I survived, but I'm paying attention because I know I had a traumatic brain injury that day. And so I'm lucky I survived, and I'm lucky I'm here talking to you today about it. Okay, so those are the categories, and they're described in another way in a health risk assessment report, where they're basically showing you, based on all the tests that you've done so far, which categories, which subcategories of risk to dementia are you the highest in, and therefore we need to put the most emphasis on. And so you can see here in this case, this patient, toxicity is the highest for them. And then trophic loss, which is hormonal issues, we got to optimize their vitamin D, consider optimizing other hormones as well. Glycotoxicity is, of course, diabetes, prediabetes, insulin resistance, and low blood sugars, inflammation. And then vascular dementia was the lowest risk for them. They didn't seem to have that many vascular risk factors. But in the end, we want to address all of them, but concentrate on the bigger line items, right? So that takes us back to our exposome. I want to spend the rest of our time going step by step. What do we do? How do we optimize this exposome? Everything in our lives, as depicted by this graphic, everything in our lives, everything we do, everything that we eat, everything that we drink, everything that we act on, everything we're exposed to from the environment, every interaction with family members, every interaction with our neighbors, every interaction with people we work with, and everything we think about those interactions are part of our exposome. So, let's jump right in. Okay, so the key then is promoting all the natural strategies to promote production of new memory neurons. And let's start with understand the Karolinska Institute, which is the very institute that makes available the Nobel Prize for Medicine, right? They're the ones that determine who it is. That years ago, they said, the hippocampus, we produce an average of 700 new hippocampal neurons daily, even as we age and even while we have dementia. We're producing this. Now the newer studies are saying we're getting an average of 750 in each side, because we have two hippocampi, right? One in each hemisphere. So we have this potential every day to build 1,500 new index neurons. Are we going to hold on to them, or are we going to destroy them? That's the bottom line. So back again to our resiliency index that we already talked about. Here's an interesting YouTube presentation you might want to check out. It's actually from over a decade ago, where neuroscientist Sandrine Thruet is talking about the fact that you can actually grow new brain cells. And for a lot of people, that was the first time that was discovered. She's showing some slides here. She's actually demonstrating that, in fact, let's talk about, so you see on the left-hand side, those black dots, those represent new hippocampal neurons that have just been formed, in this case, rats. And on the right-hand side, you have the number of hippocampal neurons, those black dots. You see there's many multiples of neurons on the right graphic compared to the left. So there's many more hippocampal neurons being produced. What's the difference? The only difference, the diet was the same, water intake was the same. The only difference is that the researchers put a running wheel in the cage in the right group, but there was no running wheel in the other. That's the only difference of the study. So the rats that loved to run on that wheel, because of that exercise, dramatically increased the number of hippocampal neurons that were produced and maintained them. So this is one of the key strategies, is exercise. Exercise. This is so critical. Let me just mention something about exercise here. I don't know if we can turn the air down a little bit. Down meaning cooler. Maybe it's just me because I'm moving my arms a lot. So maybe I'm building new hippocampal neurons and my AI supercomputer's heating up. But I actually now I'm telling my patients, in my book Memory Makeover, I have a whole couple chapters on the importance of different types of exercise. And we're going to look at that a little bit more later. But I encourage people to, believe it or not, all of us have a potential to spend an hour exercising a day. Now, go ahead, big moan. Oh, are you kidding me? Right, okay, get it out of the way. And let me show you how that is doable for nearly everybody. Looking at the three main categories of exercise, we're going to show how critical and how valuable immediate after finishing a meal exercise is. So I present to you, one of your options is to try to get at least 10 minutes or an average of 10 minutes after every meal in light to moderate exercise. You don't even need to get out of your church clothes or work clothes. You can just go walk around the block, or if it's too warm out, do some walking inside. Just move your body for 10 minutes or more immediately after every meal. There's a lot of reasons for that. You're basically dramatically altering insulin resistance, which is, again, the main driver of cognitive decline. So you're removing a major hindrance of neurogenesis by doing so. You're flattening your blood sugar curve dramatically, which then flattens your insulin curve, which then prevents your blood sugar from crashing, which then prevents your amygdala from saying, we need more sugar, and shooting out more cortisol. So it stabilizes everything. Little bit of exercise immediately after the meal. So powerful. The second, so if you do that 10 minutes after 3 meals a day, that's 30 minutes right there. Boom. You're halfway, right? And then, because aerobic exercise, because basically somewhat hard, we're not talking about exhaustive exercise, because that's actually not good for us. We're talking about feel-good exercise, where you're doing it somewhat hard, you're feeling your heart pumping more, you're breathing heavier, it's feeling somewhat hard. You could go harder if you wanted to, but you don't need to. Your rate of perceived exertion, call it RPE, rate of perceived exertion is right around a 4, just somewhat hard. You could do that a long time. And you're lightly perspiring now. It's not like a walk after a meal where you don't perspire. Now you got to be ready to perspire, and you can talk with your walking partner or exercise partner if you're doing that, but you can't sing. That's one of the guidelines. If you can sing while you're doing that, you're really not doing somewhat hard. You're doing somewhat easy, right? So, all right. So you do that for 20 minutes or more, but shoot for 20 minutes. So you're getting your heart rate, and you're pumping it, you're sweating a little bit for about 20 minutes, and then the last 10 minutes, so that's a total of half an hour now, you're doing some strength training. Some just basic strength training. You can go on YouTube and go 7-minute workout, type it in, and they'll give you all kinds of options for all age groups, all fitness categories, and you can do it with or without any equipment. So whatever trips your boat, basically. Whatever you like. Follow, and that's powerful. All that is hippocampal regenerating. Very, very, very important. That will help reverse insulin resistance dramatically when used on top of an optimal plant-based diet as well. Okay, so let's keep going. So this actually happens this neurogenesis happens as we age, and even if we have Alzheimer's disease. So especially if we have Alzheimer's, we want to take advantage of this. Okay, so new hippocampal neurons continue to form in older adults, including those with mild cognitive impairment, and all kinds of studies showing this. Now, let's keep going with our plan, right? The strategies. Have a morning routine. This is actually really critical, and this counts for many strategies all at once. I've probably spent 4 or 5 hours in my comprehensive series on talking about morning routine and all that it involves. The morning routine should start with an attitude of gratitude. Okay, so if we wake up in that morning, and we go like, oh man, I got to do this, and I got to do that, and I got to talk to that person, and if we start out with a negative attitude, the day's not going to go that well. And guess what? You're actually going to lose hippocampal neurons just because of your attitude. Wow, okay, so that kind of changes my attitude, right? I don't want to lose those things that I slept all night to gain, right? And so morning routine is critical. So this is what I do. Every morning when I wake up, I put a smile on my face. Even if I don't know why I'm doing it, it's just part of my routine. I put a smile on my face. You know, there's something special that happens. When you put a smile on your face, you start thinking happy thoughts. Because that's neurologic. When your muscle, it's called muscle memory, smile muscle memory, right? So you put a smile on your face, and all of a sudden you're thinking happy thoughts, and now you can start thinking about all the happy things. So now you're actually thinking about happy things as well, and that makes you smile even more, and you're feeling really good about that, and today's starting out on the right side of the bed, right? So an attitude of gratitude. I like to say a little prayer of gratitude in the morning, which is basically thanking God for a good night's rest. Hopefully I made a good decision and I went to bed early enough. We'll touch on that in a little bit. And then the very first thing I do after getting out of bed and using the restroom, I go downstairs and I put filtered water that I use a Berkey a gravity filtration system. I only drink water out of a filtration system, and we only cook with filtered water in our home. That's minimum I would recommend. Otherwise, you're getting toxins you don't know anything about. Okay, so that's one way to limit your exposure to toxins. So that's another strategy. Get a good filtration system that you use every day. And so I put about 20 ounces of filtered water in a little pot, and I heat it up on the stove. And then while I'm heating that up, I take my water mug. So it's your typical coffee mug. Instead of putting coffee in it, I actually fill it up with filtered water at room temperature. Okay, and I take that with some of the supplements that are best on an empty stomach. Okay, I just take that down. I drink about 15, 16 ounces of water, room temperature. Just get that down. I'm rehydrating. This is critical. Do you know that the average adult loses 30 ounces of water overnight? 30 ounces! How many ounces of water do you drink first thing in the morning, if at all? And if you don't rehydrate, I'm not saying you have to drink 30 ounces first thing. Some of us couldn't do that. I try to do that because I'm aware of this problem, and I'm trying to max out. I'm trying to get an optimal on my hydration, and I do that about 45 minutes or more before breakfast. So that's why I do it first thing, soon as I wake up. Make sure you do it right away, right? Because if you do it too close to breakfast, now you're diluting the digestive enzymes of your meal, which isn't the end of the world, but it's not the best way to optimize digestion, right? So I'm trying to time things properly so I'm getting optimal hydration at the best possible time. And then I take about 12 ounces of heated water, so it's somewhat hot, not really hot. You can drink it, but you probably best sip it little by little. And I go outside with my wife, and we sit in the early morning sunlight. So we just find a place either in the front yard or backyard that where the sun is shining. And I'm not trying to get vitamin D. Why? Because you can't get vitamin D unless the sun is high in the sky. We'll touch on that in a little bit. Okay, but you can get the full spectrum light. Otherwise, you can get near infrared at any time the sun is up. Anytime. You can get red light anytime the sun is up. And so get your fill of near infrared light spectrum along with red spectrum light for about at least 10 minutes or more. And I shoot for a minimum of 30 minutes a day. That's minimum, which means that I usually have to eat my lunch outside because I'm in my office on Zoom with patients all over the country and sometimes all over the world all day long. So I'm not outside enjoying all that fresh air and sunlight. So I got to carve out time to do stuff outside. So if you're not working outside automatically, and lucky because that's very healthy for you, you just got to figure out how to do that. And if you can't absolutely be outside for at least half an hour a day, you need to get a near-infrared light box with red light therapy capabilities and use it for 15 minutes twice a day. So I always give my patients the option. So the best thing is to be outside. You get full spectrum light that way. And be outside long enough. So walk outside this morning. Man, it was such a beautiful morning, fresh air. It was not hot yet, right? And so I spent an hour walking up by St. Mary's Hospital in the park up on the hill. That's a beautiful park to go walking around. And I just really enjoyed that time in nature. Enjoying, green actually changes your neurotransmitters. When you're walking around green and trees and grass and leaves, but the near-infrared light, the fresh air was powerful. Okay, so I wanted to make sure I got that in so I could get through this lecture properly, right? Without forgetting what I'm talking about. So you hydrate. And so I call it the 2-2-1-2-1 protocol. So it's 2 glasses of water at least first thing in the morning. That's 16 ounces. And then mid-morning, let's make an hour and a half to 2 hours after breakfast, start drinking again. So now your digestion has largely initiated what it needs to digestively, so that now you need to rehydrate, right? Because your body is now dehydrated because you ate. You need to bring in more water. Okay, and then you do another 1 glass of water, 8 ounces, roughly half hour before lunch. That's one of the hardest ones to remember. Okay, and then you do 2 glasses mid-afternoon, and then maybe a glass half hour before dinner. Okay, so that's how you get your 5, 6, 7, 8 glasses of water a day. Very, very powerful. So, and that's really for most of us minimum. Now, if you're outdoors sweating, or if you're in really cold weather where you're losing a lot of hydration through your breath, then you need to drink more than this. Okay, so that's really critical. You can become cognitively impaired simply because of dehydration. And you know what? Many people have at least one major aspect of their cognitive impairment due to lack of hydration, and they have no idea. So it's a very important strategy to include. Morning routine, sunshine every day. We already talked about this. This is, if you get a chance, look at Dr. Roger Schwelt. Actually, just look it up on MedCram. He's the critical care physician at Loma Linda University that has his own website called MedCram. He's probably the leading physician educator in the country, where any doctor, any medical student can learn how to pass their boards more effectively by watching his videos. He's very good at doing the professorial thing of teaching people about everything. He's very good. He's one of the leading proponents, advocates of the power of near-infrared light. And he tells some stories that are hard to believe, but he's documented them, and they're very real. Teenagers who are dying from flesh-eating fungal infections in their lungs, then there's nothing the doctors can do to save him. They've already removed one lung, but now the infection has gone to the other lung, and they're saying, you're not responding to any of the top-line medical therapies. And they finally said, I'm sorry, but you're not going to make it. Is there anything we can do for you? And this teenager says, I just want to go outside. I'm sick of being inside this critical care unit with all these beeping machines all around me. I want to go outside. I said, well, we're going to have to take you with the beeping machines. Okay, so they literally moved heaven and earth, moved everything outside, and they did that for 40 minutes a day, and on the third day, he was dramatically better, and in a week's time, he was fully recovered, even with one lung. So just simply, and I'll take questions in a little bit. Go ahead. Oh, somebody smarter than me. That's why I said look up MedCram. MedCram, yeah, that's easier to spell. Is Schwelt, S-C-H. Okay, there you go. All right, so go talk to her. She knows. So it's automatically pegged on my YouTube. Well, I always watch all his presentations. I find them to be very, very helpful. So he makes this point, is that infrared light penetrates through all your clothes. You can go out fully clothed with multiple coats and hats on, and that near infrared is going to go right through. It's going to go right through everything. It penetrates right through your body. You know, it can actually lower your blood sugars dramatically, up to 20% after a meal. Really powerful. So because, you know why? Because it improves your metabolism. It's like passive exercise, but you're getting the benefit of exercise. Why? Because the near infrared activates the mitochondria, which are the only organelles inside your cells that can create energy and improve your metabolism. They're the only ones. Without that, we die, right? And so the mitochondria are able to produce 20 times more melatonin, which is what cools the engine of the mitochondria. It dampens. It's basically a powerful antioxidant that dampens the problem with overworked mitochondria. So now the mitochondria can work more efficiently and more effectively and can basically burn more calories. So just being outside in near-infrared light, if you're trying to lose weight, will help you lose weight. Right there. Just being outside, just laying out in the sunshine. Okay? So melatonin production is critical to every aspect of health. Make sure that is on your hippocampal resiliency index list. Okay, next we have a whole section that looks at recognizing the most important causes of dementia, which we've already outlined many times. It's insulin resistance, metabolic syndrome, prediabetes, and diabetes. And so here's the bottom line. Get tested. And there's a test that I have been doing now since 1990. Since I was told, even before I was told by a gerontologist at Loma University that insulin resistance was one of the main causes of breast cancer. And later we discovered it's one of the main causes of prostate cancer as well. As is vitamin D deficiency, by the way. Very interesting. I've read entire books documenting that vitamin D was critical relative to prostate cancer. The whole book was about just that one topic. So I've been able to talk to these researchers many times. So this test, the glucose tolerance test, it is by far the most insightful test that I do with most of my patients. It's a hassle. It's not fun to do. I know I've done it a dozen times over the years. Okay, but it's a test that basically checks your fasting blood sugar and insulin, and then they give you a glucola drink that they keep at the lab. It's the standardized sugar drink, if you will. It's just pure glucose. It's in a Sprite-like flavor. It's carbonated, and so it's like you're tasting a somewhat sweeter Sprite. But it's the equivalent of a medium Sprite serving. About 75 grams of glucose. And so you drink that down, and we see what happens a half hour, 1 hour, 2 hours, and 3 hours, and maybe even 4 hours. Now, I've been doing this test since 1990, so for 35 years. And just this year, LabCorp says no mas on the 4th hour. So they just won't do it. They don't care if you order it or not. They're not going to do it. Mainly because it's a hassle for their lab techs to do that 4th hour, which oftentimes runs into their lunch hour, right? I get it. They're not realizing that they can do the 3rd hour before lunch and the 4th hour after lunch, but, you know, I'm not in charge. But Quest will still do that, and some other institutions will still do a 4th hour. Why is that 4th hour helpful? It's not that helpful relative to diabetes or even prediabetes. What it's most helpful for is to see, does your blood sugar get too low? Why is that important? Because a low blood sugar is the worst metabolic state for your brain. Your brain literally starts shutting down when your blood sugar drops. That's why your amygdala, fight or flight system, kicks in when that happens, because the amygdala doesn't want you to die. Okay, and so it triggers the adrenaline cortisol response, which then brings you back to life, so to speak, right? Your brain literally, it's like Have you ever seen a cyber attack power outage simulated on TV over a city? The power just goes out section by section until it's completely dark. Okay, well, that's what happens in the brain. The brain starts shutting down, and I actually have people read a book. So read a book you've been wanting to read for a long time but didn't have any time to do it during the test. And this is especially important for young mothers, okay, who are doing this test because of gestational diabetes risk, or they just happen to have young kids. And so for once, they have a 4-hour period of time at the lab where they can just read a book without being interrupted by their kids, right? So it's really fun for them to just really enjoy reading a book. And why I asked them to do this is because what I suspect might happen many times is that they're reading, it's happened to me, they're reading a page, and they get to the bottom of the page and go like, I have no idea what I just read. Okay, it's like you're literally losing those hippocampal index neurons. It's just whatever you read is gone now. So it's like you didn't read it at all. So you go back and read that page again, and you're kind of understanding it along the way. And you get down the bottom of the page, you go like, I still don't know the context of what that page said. And so you realize at that point your blood sugars are so low, you're not able to process that information. That's what it means. Okay, and many of us have been there. I can see the heads nodding, right? I've been there many times. I know that's bad for me. That's why I work really hard at stabilizing. This is really, really critical with your diet, with exercise right after the meal, with the sunshine, with the water, with all the things come in to help stabilize this process. So that's the most valuable part of the 4th hour. Many times I'll even measure the cortisol at the 3rd and the 4th hour as well to see if there's a fluctuation in the cortisol already. Gives us another indicator of what's going on. So, but at minimum, now there's a new test. It's called the glucose insulin response test. You can go to ultralabtests.com and order it yourself. In other words, I don't want to hear an excuse, well, my doctor won't order that test. And chances are your doctor won't order that test because it's not a test that is normally done in conventional care. Because in 1997, when the consensus panels met to discuss, what are we doing with diabetes diagnostics, they moved the criteria for diabetes, the diagnostic criteria, from a fasting of 140 to a fasting of 126. Why did they do that? Because it was well known at that time that the pathologies, the damage that was being caused by high blood sugars were already occurring for years prior to the point where they met the definition of diabetes. That's kind of strange, right? That you're actually getting the complications of a disease before you meet the definition of the initial early disease itself. Okay, so that's why they changed the criteria, rightfully so. Okay, and that's when they introduced pre-diabetes as a new diagnosis, 1997. Okay, so I remember that well because I'd already established criteria for the stages of high blood sugar prior to that consensus statement. So the new test now that's just been available for the last few years is a glucose insulin response, which means you only have to order one thing, and it measures your glucose and your insulin every time. So you get a few more insulin measurements, which gives you more insight at how much insulin your body needs to produce in order to correct or try to correct your blood sugar. And I'm going to show you how to do that here in a second. Okay, so I strongly recommend a 3-hour glucose insulin response test that you can order yourself on ultralabtest.com or other clinics that allow you to order on your own. It's obviously better to be working with somebody that understands these tests, okay, but if you're not, do it yourself, and you can actually download a document right from my website, dryoungberg.com. Go to the Services tab, and then go to the Lab drop-down menu, the Labs, and you can download actually a 30-page section of my book, free, Memory Makeover, and a whole 12-page handout that looks at understanding the glucose tolerance test and what to do about it and how to interpret it, okay? So So here we go. So at minimum, do your fasting glucose and fasting insulin. So if you're not brave enough at the moment to do a 3-hour test, which is, I get it, it's a hassle. You got to carve out a whole morning to do that. Make sure, by the way, if you do that, take food with you. Why? Because if your blood sugars crash, and they can crash at any time, you're going to feel woozy. You're not going to feel real great. And that means even before you leave the draw station, eat some food. Or before you leave that clinic, eat whatever you brought with you, an apple, some nuts, some healthy food. Okay, don't use that excuse to eat a whole roll of Lifesavers. That's not a healthy way to address that, or a whole bag of jelly beans, or whatever it might be. Eat something healthy that brings your sugars back up, and then you might have to rest the rest of the day. Just be aware that some people, it fatigues you. And if it does fatigue you, that's all the more important that you did that test, because that's the reason you have exercise intolerance and times of fatigue, is because your blood sugars are all over the place. That's the most common cause of fatigue, one of the most common. So at minimum, you just do the fasting test, where you look at your fasting insulin and fasting blood sugar, or glucose as it's called. There is a HOMA-IR, and I don't know why researchers use these crazy terms for these formulas. You can just call it the insulin resistance formula. Why not? That's more appropriate. And the formula is this. You just multiply glucose. That's every time you do a metabolic profile, which means every time you have a physical, your doctor's going to do either a basic or a comprehensive metabolic profile, and it always has a glucose on it. And it's a fasting glucose. It's a test you do before you have anything to eat that morning. So that's your fasting blood sugar. You multiply that by an insulin that was drawn at the same time. It has to be on the same test. Otherwise, you're comparing apples with oranges here. So you multiply that, and then you divide that sum by 405. And if your number is less than 1, you're good. And I probably see less than 5% of my patients under 1. Okay, it's actually very unusual to be under 1, which means what? Which means most of us are insulin resistant, but most of us don't know it. We don't know it because we're not thinking about it. So that's why we test. We test, and then we go, oh, okay, I guess I gotta reevaluate my plan, right? That's what we're doing this weekend, is reevaluating our plan, coming up with optimal strategies. And then if your insulin resistance score is 1 or higher, that's officially insulin resistance. That means that your blood sugar and your insulin levels are rising. So as your blood sugar is rising, well, I'll explain in a second. If you're above 2, that's very insulin resistant. Now, here's the handout that you can download directly from my website, dryoungberg.com, the services tab, I believe that's correct, and then the lab pull-down menu from there. And so that's where I actually outline all kinds of labs you can do if you're interested in this weekend's topic. Okay, all kinds of labs. So this is the, I put this together with Dr. Charles Brenniger, who is a diabetologist, endocrinologist at Loma Linda University. He was the director of the Diabetes Treatment Center at Loma Linda University for many decades. And I used to work with him on Wednesday afternoons at Sun City, at the faculty medical offices at Sun City from Loma Linda. And he liked to go to Sun City because he'd work Wednesday mornings, the day I was there, and then Wednesday afternoon, he would go play golf with Dr. Wilbur Alexander, which is one of his best friends. They'd climb mountains together. And Dr. Wilbur Alexander was the kind of the godfather of what we call whole person care at Loma Linda University. And so, of course, I had to work the whole day, so I didn't get to play golf with him very often. But at any rate, we came up, while he was in Guam with me for about 3 years, we came up with the 5 stages of high blood sugar. And since that time, we expanded it to the 10 stages. Now, this is probably hard to see. Again, that's on the handout you can download for yourself. But so you can actually check your blood sugar before a meal, 1 hour after the beginning of the meal, or 2 hours after the beginning of the meal, and also the hemoglobin A1C. And each of those categories is graded through 10 stages. We have an optimal stage and then 10 stages of high blood sugars. So that's an extremely valuable handout to have. That's why I'm making it available to anybody. Just download it. And so you can do your own test and see at what points you're at the highest stage. And many of you will be shocked to know that you're actually at a fairly high stage, especially 1 hour after the beginning of that carbohydrate drink or meal per se. So check that out. Now, the handout that comes with this talks about how to compare insulin, not just before the meal or drink, but 1 hour and 2 hours after. And so what is most common is many people have a really good fasting insulin and blood sugar. So they're thinking, hey, I'm actually okay. Okay, but that's in a state where your body's not metabolically stressed. As soon as you eat, your body's much more metabolically stressed, and you can have a much higher blood sugar and insulin production at that time. Okay, so the key is that if your 1 or 2 hour insulin are above 30, and your blood sugar stage is above stage 1, you got a problem with insulin resistance, and you have a problem with failed pancreatic function. In other words, you're losing insulin-producing cells in your pancreas, just like you can lose hippocampal memory cells in your brain. And it's for a similar reason. That's why there's this connection between insulin, prediabetes, diabetes, and diabetes of the brain, or Alzheimer's. That's why we also I refer to type 2 diabetes as Alzheimer's of the pancreas. Very similar pathology. Okay, so I know it's a strange thought, but that's what's going on. Okay, so I'm gonna skip through some of these things right here. So here's some educational resources. I love this quote from Henry Ford. It says, whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're usually right. Okay, so in other words, learn enough about this and take advantage of the resources so that you think you can rather than you think you can't, right? So many of you already have taken advantage of the Diabetes Undone program that I developed some years ago. If there's greater interest amongst you or your family members or your neighbors or your coworkers, have them sign up in the back in the foyer, and if there's at least 20 or more people, this church is committed to running another program early next year. Okay, so take advantage of that resource. Remember, it's the #1 underlying driver of cognitive decline. Another great resource is a documentary that's available on Google, it's available on Amazon Prime, it's available on Apple TV, it's available many different places. Just Google this. It's memoriesforlifefilm.com, or just Google Memories for Life. This is a documentary that very carefully discusses the different sides of the debate on what we're talking about. There's doctors and neurologists on both sides of the debate. Some of them that are heralding the value of what we're talking about today, this weekend, and others that are saying nothing to it, don't waste your time. So I'm very aware of that. So I'm being very open about it. So that documentary very fairly addresses that. And it's really good to watch. So it's in fact, there's several physicians in the documentary who were starting to go through early Alzheimer's that were able to reverse it by applying the strategies. Very, very interesting documentary. I also have a comprehensive series that's available on my website called Reignite Recognition. That's again on my website in the program section. My book. Here's an interesting series I did on Rumble. I filmed it one Friday afternoon, 7 hours straight, right sitting on my computer in my office. The rise of immune deficiency, diabetes, dementia, blood clots, autoimmunity, and after COVID infections and vaccinations. So I tried to be very careful at outlining all the data on how that works, and it's a 7-hour series. I was supposed to do a series, it was an online series for Danny Vieira. It's called the Health and Healing Crusade, and he said, I want you to do 3 talks. And so I said, okay, I've spent 60 hours putting this together. I don't know how long it's going to take me, but you just want to record it till we're done? He says, yeah, let's do it. We went 7 hours straight. We're not going to do that tonight. Okay, but this is very, very different than what I'm actually covering today. This focusing on the topic outlined in the title. If you're interested in this, go to Rumble, type in my name, Wes Youngberg, you'll see it. Don't go to my channel, because I have only put one thing on that in 2 years. But other people have put my stuff on there. Danny Vieira put my whole 7-hour series, 7-part series, and I think you'll find that very interesting. A lot of good studies there. Another interesting program that's available is called Limitless by Chris, with basically starring, if you will. It's a documentary, but it's looking at Chris Hemsworth's journey, learning about the fact that he has a double copy Alzheimer's mutation, ApoE44. And he actually signed up for this Limitless program that's on National Geographic before he found that. In fact, he found that out during the first show he did. They were working with geneticists to understand what can you learn from a geneticist about your future risk. I recommend genetic studies in everybody. Why? Because it tells us what to do. It doesn't just tell us what our risk is, it tells us what our risk is based on where on the metabolic pathways you actually have a mutation, and we know how to address the underlying cofactors of that metabolic pathway. So knowing where your genetic mutation is the biggest clue of what to do about it. I wish we had more time to talk about it, but that's a different topic. Okay, so again, back to our exposome. So remember, we have this definition that I covered this morning. Real quick, my perspective on dementia is that it's a temporary cognitive impairment associated with inadequately mitigated acute exposures to one or more dementogens, everything on column 2, that collectively cross a threshold level leading to decreased functionality, judgment, communication, organization, and normal functions of daily living. And so what do we do about decreasing the frequency of that temporary transient dementia that we're all susceptible to at some time? Okay, number 1, know your vitamin D. Or not number 1. The next step, vitamin D. And I specifically changed the title of this yesterday on my flight from San Diego. I used to say just test your vitamin D, but it's know your vitamin D. Because if you test and optimize your vitamin D, you're more likely to know a lot of things, including your past. Okay, because it's critical for hippocampal neurogenesis. Vitamin D is critical. So the bottom line is you want your 25-hydroxy-D, which is the most commonly measured form of vitamin D, to be above 50 nanograms. And if you're from Canada or Europe, you got to multiply that by 2.5. Okay, so it needs to be above 125 nanomoles per liter if you're using European units. So be careful. Some studies report in one or the other, but not both. So I recommend that until you really have a grasp on what you normally need from month to month and different times of the year, that you test into fall. Like right now in October, you test your vitamin D. Everybody can just go to a lab and get your vitamin D tested. You don't need a prescription. And one of the reasons that more and more younger doctors and doctors that aren't so much in the know about this process are no longer recommending getting tested is because major medical societies in the last year have gone on record against testing vitamin D for most people. Seasoned physicians don't buy that for a minute. because they know how valuable it is. But physicians that are more susceptible to what medical societies post officially are just going with what the official message is rather than critically thinking and looking at the studies themselves. If there's anything I know about, it's vitamin D. I've been studying it for 25 years every week. I've been looking at every study. I've been very carefully evaluating it. Vitamin D has always been controversial. There's something about some people don't want people to take vitamin D or even optimize it with sunshine. There was the first time I learned about this was around 2000, around Y2K. Remember that? And it was actually an article in the Pacific Daily News, a little paper that put out by Guam, where I was living in Guam, running a lifestyle medicine center. And the paper was talking about a physician researcher at Harvard that had done a major meta-analysis, which is where you combine a whole bunch of studies based on research methods to increase the statistical power of the study so that you're more likely to get statistical significance and to basically prove a clear association between two things. And what he discovered it shocked me. It really challenged me because he said this in his study, and he published it. This was based on huge statistical analysis. The same statistical studies that had shown that smoking causes cancer. Now, you may know that there's no study that has ever proven scientifically that smoking causes cancer. You can't do it. You can't do a study like that because you'd have to have a double blind and you'd have to get thousands of people to smoke and then thousands of people not to smoke and then compare them and maybe do a crossover design and then maybe to definitively show this definitely causes. But there are many criteria by which epidemiologists and researchers have over the last 60 years established causation without doing a double-blinded study. That's why we have science. That's why we do research. You don't have to do double-blinded study. In fact, many times it's not even the best study. And so the same studies that showed that smoking was strongly associated with cancer and then was used with other criteria to say that we believe beyond doubt that there's a major causative role between smoking and cancer. Most scientists and doctors believe that, even though there's no one definitive study that proves that, even though I believe it. Okay, I don't need a double-blind study because there never is going to be one, right? So that's the same research was evaluated based on vitamin D blood levels and cancer risk. And guess what? The researcher said this. We discovered, much to our amazement, that the level of vitamin D in your blood has more to do with your risk of cancer than whether you smoke or not. Now, I've been talking about this for 25 years since I first learned that. And when I had to read that article 3 times and then look up his study, and then I watched him. There was a program that PBS used to put out called Science Friday. I don't know if any of you ever listened to that. It was a podcast called Science Friday. It was really interesting. And the host of the show would interview people, and he interviewed this doctor from Harvard. And they were joking about the fact that he almost lost his tenure for daring to publish a study that was 100% accurate that suggested that there was something more important than smoking cessation. Because you might remember that around 2000, there was a big political concerted effort to basically ban smoking everywhere. Remember that? And so the narrative was, we need to show that there's nothing worse for you than smoking. And of course, that's simply not true. There's all kinds of things that are worse for you than smoking. Hostility is one of them, right? Now, don't get me wrong. I'm certified with 2 international agencies to help people stop smoking. I believe that somebody smokes, they need to stop smoking. But we also need to give them something better than their best friend, the cigarette, because if we don't, it's not going to work. We got to give them something better. So that's the whole goal. So when I started looking at this, I go, wow, your vitamin D blood levels, if low, put you at greater risk for cancer than if you smoke or not. I actually believe that. It's well documented statistically. But he almost lost his tenure at Harvard for saying that. Sounds something like happened in the last 5 years, right? I say you got to be careful what you say, even if it's true, because if it doesn't fit the current narrative, you could be censored and out and retracted easily. So we have this dichotomy, this challenge, where some medical societies are saying, no, you don't need to check your vitamin D anymore. In fact, most people don't need to supplement vitamin D. You don't really need to. Maybe if you're pregnant, maybe if you're a kid, but most of us don't need it. And that is entirely not true. That's my position, but again, I've studied this for 25 years, so I understand and stand by my position. It's not just an idea I dreamt up last night, right? So my goal is to help people do what's best for them, not follow what somebody else says, no matter how much political clout or authority they apparently have. Okay, so the American Gerontological Society, they didn't fall into that trap like the Endocrine Society did recently. They say, no, the average American should be getting about 4,000 units daily, which is way more than the recommended daily intake by the FDA, way more, right? And potentially up to 10,000 units. I could not agree more with that statement. So don't get me wrong. I'm not just trying to be contrarian. Okay, I'm trying to find the truth. If I discovered that it was true that we should never test vitamin D or take it, I would say it, but it's not true. Okay, you'd have a hard time proving that to me because I know the research on it, right? So let's look at it. So this is this is in 2014. There was an interesting paper written in the Journal of Neurology about a huge study that tracked thousands of individuals, and they discovered that those with mild vitamin D deficiency had a 51% increased risk of dementia. Those who had more significant vitamin D deficiency were 125% more likely, in other words, more than double the risk of developing Alzheimer's in that study. That same month, in 2014, I'm reading in a internal medicine journal, a highly respected internal medicine journal, where a doctor is doing his editorial piece, and he is saying, come on, doctors, why are you still testing people's vitamin D? Why are you still recommending vitamin D supplementation? And I juxtapose those two things. The same month in 2014, this has been going on ever since that became an issue in 2000. There's this kind of war, this debate about doing it or don't do it. And so I will challenge you to use your critical thinking, put on your critical thinking cap, look at the research and come up with your own decision. But for me and my house, I say, okay, we will follow the best of my understanding, which is definitely take vitamin D, and there's a lot of reasons for that. Now, I was just thinking about Minnesota yesterday as I was putting these slides together, and I remembered a slide I had about the United States where there's the 37th parallel latitude. You see that red line going across the United States, kind of 2/3 of the way down from the north? If you live above the 37th parallel, and I think the last time I checked that Minneapolis is way, way above the 37th parallel. Okay, that means that starting in the fall and going into the spring, you are going through up to a 5-month period that we call the vitamin D winter. That you could be outside all day long wearing just a bathing suit, and you're getting essentially no clinically significant amount of vitamin D. Why is that important? Because vitamin D, as we'll see in a second, is critical in mitigating your immune system and your risk of infections. It can be the major factor in determining whether you survive an infection or you don't. And I'm not exaggerating when I say that. I'll show you the research. Okay, so even in San Diego in the wintertime, I can go out in the late morning, look at the sun. Take a look at this. Is real important. You see where the sun is, and then you look at your shadow. If your shadow is longer than you are tall, you're essentially making no vitamin D, even if you have much of your skin exposed. There's not intense enough ultraviolet B radiation to resonate with that form of cholesterol in your skin to convert it, to literally change it into vitamin D. It's amazing how that works, right? So you need to have the sun high in the sky. Your shadow has to be shorter than you are tall, or else you're not making vitamin D. Which means that the sun has to be at least 45 degrees into the sky before you can generate vitamin D. And in the late fall, winter, the sun is skirting 30, 35, 40, maybe 45 degrees in the sky. So even in San Diego, we only have about an hour and a half in the middle of the day that you're actually able to generate vitamin D. Yeah, but here, you're just not generating it at all. That's why if there's someday we're not going to have vitamin D supplements available. I wish that weren't true, but we need to be ready for that possibility, which means that the only way we're going to be able to get it is through sunlight. Or by eating mushrooms, but that's going to have to eat a lot of mushrooms and make sure they're the right kind, or else you won't live long enough to use that vitamin D, right? So that means that you have to basically build up your battery in the summer because it's going to be wearing down during the fall and winter. Really, really critical that we do this. See, most people completely avoid the midday sun, especially in the summer. That's the only time you're going to make vitamin D. That's why living in Guam, so when I was in Guam, right, basically near the equator, the sun shines 365 days of the year, okay, with an occasional typhoon. Only if the eye of the hurricane passes over Guam do we actually have no sunshine that day. Even with the typhoon, we're going to have some sunshine. And so I tested every single patient. I actually went directly to our lab director at the Guam Seventh Adventist Clinic, which is a large outpatient medical center in Guam. And not large compared to Mayo Clinic, okay? So, I mean, large for maybe a rural clinic, right? By 300 employees, and as opposed to 30,000 employees at Mayo Clinic, right? So, different part of the world, different type of large. I immediately, when I read that study, I researched it. I went to PubMed, figured out. So I went right to the medical director of the lab, and I said, "Can we measure vitamin D levels?" He said, he looked it up. Yeah, we can measure it. So I started measuring every patient's vitamin D. And guess what? 99% of my patients in Guam, in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, were deficient in vitamin D. You know why? Because they don't go outside in the middle of the day, just like we don't. And that's why we're almost all vitamin D deficient. Okay, so that should resonate with us. All right, so now, the other part of this, and I don't want to belabor this, I actually deleted I hid a whole bunch of slides because we have other things we need to talk about, but this is critical. There is a concerted effort right now in the scientific community to actually discredit vitamin D. I don't want to get into why, but it's true. It's true. And so they're not doing very well at it, but many people are unwittingly buying into this, and they're seeing things like this. They're seeing articles in like newspapers saying, "Man dies after consuming too much vitamin D as experts warn of risks, cascades of problems." And so there's millions of people after looking at that headline on a standard social media post and newspaper, they go like, "Wow, I've been taking 5,000 units of vitamin D a day. I better stop doing that right now because somebody died." And they would have completely misapplied that information that was actually designed to be distorting the truth. Okay, this is actually not true at all, even though there was some medical authorities that said it was. Okay, so here's another headline that says Surrey, this is a coroner in England, says he calls for a change after 85-year-old fatal vitamin D overdose. So let's take a look at it real quick. So I actually looked at that. I did a forensic analysis on this case because I knew something smelled really wrong here. Okay, something was really wrong here, and it didn't take me long to discover what it was. This 89-year-old had been taking vitamin supplements for at least 9 months preceding his death. Before his death, a test showed his vitamin D level of 380 nanomoles per liter, which is high and seems really high, but remember, that's European standard. You have to divide by 2.5 to get U.S. standards, and now it's 152. Now, that is high. There's no reason why he should be that high. I never encourage a level that high, but that is not a toxic level. And I can show you dozens of studies that document that that is not toxic. I've talked to the top experts on vitamin D in the world, Dr. Robert Heaney from Creighton University out of Omaha, Nebraska, published more studies on vitamin D than almost anybody else in the world. And he personally told me, says, you cannot get toxic to vitamin D unless your vitamin D blood levels are well over 250 U.S. standard, 100 points higher than this man. Okay, so I'm just giving you, I'm trying to give you ammunition so that if you see things like this in the future, you're going to think twice about it at least. Don't just take my word for it. Do your own research. But understand this perspective. It's critical because it might be a difference between you surviving and not surviving. I guarantee if people use this, it's not even a study, it's just a newspaper report, and they stop taking vitamin D and they end up having low vitamin D during the winter and they get a bad infection, they could die because of that. Otherwise, they would never die. Or I should say much less likely to die, depending on the circumstances, right? So, an inquest on this person's death at the East Surrey Hospital ended in December of 2023. Okay, they found that he died of vitamin D toxicity. So that's what they said. Their inquest said. I just don't believe it because the facts don't bear out that evidence. So the conclusion of the inquest was death by misadventure. Does that sound like science or propaganda to you? Right? So, all right, now let's actually look at an actual study that was published by a well-known vitamin D researcher in 2001 at the New England Journal of Medicine. It's titled Vitamin D Intoxication Associated with an Over-the-Counter Supplement. This is real. There was a gentleman that did have vitamin D intoxication, but let's find out what he did. You and I are much more likely to have water intoxication than vitamin D intoxication. Far, far more likely. You know, you could drink, if you drank 6 liters of water in a couple hours' time, you could die from that. Not always, but you're diluting your electrolytes so much you could die from that. That is a much more likely scenario than dying of vitamin D intoxication. Why? Because I don't know anybody who's ever died of too much vitamin D. Why? Because it's really hard. It's kind of like trying to love somebody to death. It just doesn't work. You know, people just seem to survive being loved, right? So let's take a look at this real quick and then move on. So Dr. Michael Hollick, who have heard lecture many times, he's a brilliant MD, PhD from Boston University. He talked about this man, 42-year-old, who had a blood level of 487. Now, that's above the 250 nanogram cutoff that Dr. Hollick and then several other doctors I've talked to about that said that it has to be above 250. So clearly that was a toxic level. That could be definitely toxic. His calcium levels are very high at 15, definitely a problem. Creatinine, 2.4, I've seen many worse than that, but that's clearly a sign that the kidneys are starting to have a struggle. So the amount listed by the manufacturer of the supplement he was taking was 2,000 units of vitamin D per gram of powder. He was taking 3 grams of powder in 1 teaspoon. And what they found is that the manufacturer was not a reputable manufacturer, and they were including, instead of 2,000 units, which is actually a low dose, I rarely recommend only 2,000 units, they were actually getting anywhere between 156,000 units a day to 2,604,000 units a day, every day for 2 years. If vitamin D was that toxic, he wouldn't have survived a week. He did that for 2 years, then they finally figured out the problem. He was definitely doing something wrong, and they figured out, you know what would have solved this problem? If he would have done what I tell all my patients: check it in the fall, check it in the spring, until you figure out your dose. His big mistake is he did not use a reputable supplement company that was obviously not doing a good job at keeping the doses where they should be. So, patient was told to stop overdosing, was given an IV, and released from the hospital. Okay, so he didn't die, and he was far worse than the other patient. The high blood calcium level resolved fairly quickly before discharge. The abnormal kidney labs improved quickly, but took a full year to completely resolve. And then vitamin D excess half-life is about 2 months. So it's going to take about 6 months for that level to get back to where it should be. So here's the thing. So I have patients from time to time that are taking more than they need, and when we do a blood test, because I do it in every patient, I say, okay, hey, your blood level is 110, sometimes 120. It's not toxic, but it's higher than it needs to be. We're starting to take more than is necessary, and so we're getting out of balance now, right? And so I find out how much they're taking and cut that by maybe 50% or 25% and say we're going to repeat this in 3 to 4 months. But just make sure you know what you're doing, make sure you know what you're taking, and cut back appropriately. Why do I not tell them to stop? Number one, they're not toxic yet. Okay. Number two, if I tell them to stop, what's going to happen? Their vitamin D is going to start dropping, and pretty soon it's going to go low, and they're going to be deficient. Because that's what happens if you don't supplement properly. The vast majority of the time, you're going to go deficient. And so that's why you always need some. It's like somebody drinks too much water today. You say, don't drink any more water today, but don't stop drinking water. You got to regain that at the right time. Okay, so that's the key. So I'm going to skip these. The lessons learned. Buy only high-quality brand supplements. That's a key example of why. Otherwise, there's no regulation, right? There's no regulation. So you get what you pay for, so to speak. Test vitamin D blood levels in the spring and in the fall to make sure you're optimal. Get your comprehensive metabolic profile, another appropriate test, including vitamin D, every 6 to 12 months. And then you can self-pay order with altalabtest.com or other labs like it in this country. We have a wonderful system of testing here in the United States. Take advantage of it. If your insurance company won't pay for it, which is now the new standard, by the way, even if you used to qualify for it, because there's no longer based on the new consensus statement from the Endocrine Society, insurance companies cite that, so we don't really need, it's no longer necessary. Okay, so half the time they're not covering it, so you're going to save money by paying for it yourself, so you don't get charged 5 times more by the lab. Okay, so don't overreact, avoid excess, but most importantly, make sure you get enough. 2 quick studies I'm going to show you that addresses kids, our kids. Cord blood vitamin D deficiency in the pregnant, basically at delivery, is associated with respiratory syncytial virus bronchiolitis. Okay, so let's take a look. This is the overview of that study. This is published in Pediatrics in 2011, and they showed that overall 27% of neonates had vitamin D level concentrations that were less than 20 nanograms. Okay, and then basically another 27% were see. Yeah, only 46% had vitamin D levels that were the minimum of 30 nanograms per ml. So, bottom line was this, that neonates born with a vitamin D blood level in the cord blood that was under 50, that's under 20 nanograms, were 6 times more likely. They had increased risk for respiratory syncytial virus in the first year of life compared to those who had levels that were above that level, above 30 nanograms per ml. Okay, so if you want to protect your child from infection, make sure your vitamin D is not low. One of the things that I used to run a gestational diabetes clinic. For 7 years I did that. And there was 2 things. That we did it with family medicine and with OB. So there's 3 of us that met with every patient every Wednesday morning. And besides the nutrition and the exercise treatment and making sure they're checking the blood sugars and optimizing that through all the strategies, the 2 things I emphasize clinically with them. Make sure you optimize your omega-3 fatty acids, the DHA, EPA, which dramatically improved health in the baby over time. And number 2 is vitamin D. And the medical literature with pregnant women, and this is 25 years ago, clearly said that you should give 10,000 units every day to pregnant women. In other words, they clearly understood at the time there was no teratogenic risk. There was no risk of having a problem with what some would call too much vitamin D. It's not too much. It's exactly what they need. And how do you know? You check and make sure you're optimal. Some people don't need as much, but the only way you're going to know is by checking. Last study on vitamin D. Here's the vitamin D serum levels and life-threatening respiratory syncytial virus infections in previously healthy infants. Here's the bottom line. Published in the Journal of Infectious Disease in 2022, they found that those children with levels of vitamin D under 20, U.S. standard, were 12 times more likely to have life-threatening disease infection, LTDs, life-threatening disease. 12 times. Just because the only reason was because their vitamin D was low. That's what studies do, is they isolate the reason. Okay, so very, very important. So if the child had respiratory syncytial virus and was low in vitamin D, they were 12 times more likely to have to go into critical intensive care than those who got a little bit of infection, but their vitamin D levels were double. Okay, so for the entire family, no matter what the age, Dr. Robert Heaney from Creighton University, he told us in a conference in 2008 in San Diego. It was the first conference entitled Vitamin D in the Medical Practice. And Dr. Robert Heaney said this. He said, if every child from birth on up was given a minimum of 2,000 units of vitamin D right now, above and beyond what they're already taking, that would be a dramatic change in the healthcare of America. And so, but the bottom line is we should get at least 2,000 units. Oh, I'm going to tell you this quick study that ties into that. In 1960, researchers in Finland came up with a huge study, and they were looking at the power of vitamin D in mitigating the risk of type 1 diabetes. You may know that in Finland, they have the highest per capita rate of type 1 diabetes, which is an autoimmune diabetes that because of an infection usually, a viral infection usually, that in a child, in a 10-year or 11-year-old, etc., that's such a bad infection that it destroys the beta cells that make insulin in the pancreas. So now they're type 1 diabetic for life. So Finland has the highest per capita level of type 1 diabetes. So you would think that their public health system would try to figure out what's causing this. And of course, there had been a lot of epidemiologic studies that said because of being so high latitude that they had low vitamin D. So they said, okay, well, let's test this hypothesis, and let's make sure that every pregnant woman and every child gets 2,000 units of vitamin D every day for 10 years. And they did that study for 10 years, starting in 1960. And they actually kept collecting the data for 30 years. And they published that in the 90s. And they found that those children who were exposed to 2,000 units of vitamin D a day eliminated over 80% of their risk of developing type 1 diabetes. In other words, during that time, those people in that study, they were 80 to 90% less likely to develop type 1 diabetes. And that would be true based on my experience with any autoimmune disease. Any autoimmune disease. So that just shows you that we could have eliminated the vast majority of not only type 1 diabetes, but even much of type 2 diabetes, because there's a commonality there. There's an intersection there that's very interesting, and there's many studies documenting if your vitamin Ds are optimal, you're even less likely to get type 2 diabetes and heart disease and many different types of cancer and so forth and so forth. Okay, and dementia, as we've been talking about. Okay, and then the study on COVID. This study was published in 2022 in October, so 3 years ago, and they basically, and the title says it all. COVID-19 mortality risk correlates inversely with vitamin D status. And a mortality rate, a death rate, close to zero could theoretically be achieved at 50 nanograms of vitamin D in your blood. A huge study that basically said your risk of dying from even the most virulent forms of COVID drops to near zero if your vitamin D is above 50. So, what's the take-home message? Get your vitamin D above 50, but under 100. That's the bottom line. Okay, strengthen your muscles. So there's three main types of exercise that were already addressed briefly last night. I'm going to cover them again right now. Is after meal exercise, right? We already talked a lot about that. Why? Because it reverses insulin resistance dramatically right away. Why do you exercise immediately after a meal rather than waiting an hour after the meal? Don't you get the same benefit of that exercise if you just do it an hour later rather than right after the end of the meal? And the answer is absolutely not. Now, exercise at any time is good for you, usually, right? My point is that if you wait an hour to do your exercise that was designed to prevent the blood sugar from going up, you've missed the boat, okay? You showed up at the wharf, but the boat is gone. You got there too late. Your blood sugar's already peaked to the very highest level it's going to be at after that meal. So if you want to slow down the curve of blood sugar, which is the whole goal, the higher the sugar goes, the higher your insulin goes. So if you're waiting an hour, now your insulin and your glucose, your blood sugars are as high as they're going to go. So you've missed the opportunity to prevent that. It's kind of like putting a bulletproof vest on after you get shot. Hopefully you get the point there. Okay, so a light after meal exercise is critical. That's type number one. Type number two is the aerobic exercise. Remember the somewhat hard, the perceived rate of exertion, your heart rate is beating a little faster. You're taking deep breaths. You can still talk, but you can't sing. You could go a ways, but you're getting aerobic workout. You're getting a little bit of a light sweat going. That's really good for you. That is actually cleansing the brain from amyloid deposits. That is clearing them. You're doing better. You're improving your health. That's critical. And then the last part is the strength training. Even if it's a simple 7-minute workout on YouTube, just do it. Nike commercial, right? Just do it. And then there's the twin studies. I love this twin study. Twin studies are amazing because when you do a study on twins, you're clearly removing the impact of genetics because they have exactly the same genetics. So it's beautiful to do twin studies. And there was a wonderful twin study done some years ago with middle-aged women. And they found that the twin that had the strongest thigh muscles had the best hippocampal reserve. There is a very close connection between the strength of your muscles and the strength and the integrity of your hippocampal memory index neurons. So a lot of people think, oh, the strength of my muscles, that's just for jocks, right? No. That is what determines the functionality of your brain. There's a intimate connection between muscles and the brain. In fact, so much so that some neurologists have gone out on the limb, so to speak, and they have said the number one indicator of neurologic problems is weak leg muscles. That's kind of scary because sometimes I'm thinking, man, my legs aren't quite what they used to be, right? So that's not good for the brain. That's a problem. Why? What does that want us to do? That makes us want to get on an exercise plan, maybe hire a trainer and make sure that you're doing the right type of exercise in a safe way for you that are stabilized, that are increasing the strength of your muscles. And don't use the age argument with me. Okay, I'm a senior citizen now. I'm officially on Medicare, so I'm officially in the third phase of life now. And so don't use the age argument, because there was a study published some years ago in the New England Journal of Medicine with 90-year-old individuals in New York City. 7 out of 10 of those individuals had to use a walker or a cane to get around. Hey, they're 90 years old, okay, you give them a break, right? But it's not because of age. It's not because of age. It's important to understand, because when these 90-year-old individuals, men and women, were put on a very simple 3 times a week, 20-minute strength training workout where they work the major muscles, they work their quads, they work their glutes, they work their chest, they work their arms and their shoulders, just 20 minutes 3 times a week. In other words, 10 minutes a day, right? 10 minutes a day on average. And they did that for 10 weeks. Do you know after 10 weeks' time, those 90-year-old people, and my dad's 93, and he works out an hour and a half a day. Why? Because he wants to live to be 103 and beyond. And if he didn't work out, that wouldn't happen. In my church in Southern California, one of my patients that I've been seeing now for 20 years is 108 years old. She asked me one day, says, what should I tell people when they ask me what my secret is? I said, tell them the truth. You work out an hour and a half every morning. You know, there was one time we were at our church. We would do a kind of a greet, after one of the initial praise songs. We get together and shake hands and kind of greet everybody. And one time, I kind of run around the church shaking everybody's hands, right? I love doing that. And so I was shaking somebody's hand like this, and my 108-year-old patient. This was a couple years ago. She might have been 105 at the time. And she was shaking hands, walking backwards. And we turned around, and I bumped into her, and I bounced back. I went, whoa, she's solid. Why? Because she works out an hour and a half every day. She's 108, okay? The only reason she is because she puts in the time. So don't give me the age argument. Age doesn't work. Age is not a factor in dementia. Age is not a factor in poor fitness. It's just a lack of use that's the factor. We need to figure it out, right? Just figure it out. So that's, by the way, those 90-year-old people, they, after 10 weeks, they measured their thigh muscles and their big muscles, 10% increase in size. Now, 10% there, it's not like they're looking like Arnold, right? Okay, but now they have more integrity in their muscles. What? That's directly correlating with hippocampal brain health. But more importantly than size, what happened to their actual strength percent increase? 300% strength increase in 10 weeks. And basically, 7 out of the 10 that needed a cane or a walker no longer needed it. Why? Because now they had more agility and more strength. If they catch their foot, they can catch themselves. The reason people fall is because they're not agile enough, and they're not thinking, they're not able to catch themselves. By the way, do you know, I should have said this earlier, do you know that vitamin D actually makes you more agile mentally so that you can catch yourself before you lose your balance enough and fall on your face? Actually, it's been shown. Vitamin D not only lowers your risk of fractures because you don't fall as often, you don't, because you have stronger bones, right? That makes sense. But also because you're less likely to fall in the first place because vitamin D makes you more agile. Interesting. Look it up. Look it up. I was shocked when I saw that. Okay, so bottom line is I looked up this definition. By the way, I just looked it up again yesterday, and the definition's changed. All of a sudden on the internet, if you use the term senile, it's an offensive word. That's the first I'd ever heard that. Okay, I thought senile meant atrophy, because that's what it actually means. I guess it's how you use it, right? So senile involution in the medical dictionary is an atrophy of an organ as a result of the aging process. I actually disagree. I mean, I understand that that's the official definition. I just disagree with it. And this is what I say. I call this salupenia. And I came out, I tried to think, what would be a clever way of saying this? Salu, of course, is Latin for health. And penia is Latin for small or atrophy, or we call it sarcopenia, right? Puny muscle disease. Sarcopenia is when your muscles start withering away. Why? Because we're not using them enough. We're not stimulating them enough, so they get weak, and then we start losing our balance, etc. So this is what salupenia means, and this is my answer to that medical definition. It's a system-wide shrinking and degeneration of tissues and organs associated with chronic exposure to biologic irritants, toxins, right? Going back to our thesis for this weekend, inadequate nutrients, deficiencies, and less than optimal stimulation or activation. So the aging only fits in here based on how long we're exposed to these toxins or deficiencies. That's the only role age has to play, generally speaking. Our job is to fix this while we age, so we can biologically get younger while we're chronologically getting older. There's all kinds of tests that you can do on that as well. Okay, I'm gonna do a couple more, and we're gonna take some questions. Remember I said when I was working with gestational diabetics. By the way, if some of you need to get going, don't hesitate. Don't. I will not be offended at all if you need to leave. I know it's been almost 2.5 hours already. We did schedule it for 3 hours, but you're welcome to leave at any time. Not a problem. And you can always watch the rest of this online too. So if you got to get somewhere, don't hesitate to leave at any time. So I mentioned that as working with gestational diabetics, I did 2 things: vitamin D, besides exercise and diet and the obvious things, right? Vitamin D and omega-3 fatty acids. So get enough DHA, EPA. This is critical. So test every single patient I see, no matter why they come to see me. I do these tests, either the omega check, which is like with Boston Heart Health or Quest, or the fatty acid balance test with LabCorp. They're both measuring the amount of EPA and DHA. Now, I wish I had time to actually read an article on this to you. Here's the bottom line. DHA in particular activates many genes in our brain to basically, we call it the phenotypic expression of genes. It turns on many healthy genes, and it turns off many unhealthy genes. Genes that promote disease are turned off epigenetically, and genes that promote health and reversal of disease are turned on, are activated. That's how the body works. We have direct genetic influences, and most of the rest is epigenetic. It's beyond the genetic, it's whether that gene is turned on or turned off, right? So that's the good news. Even those of us that have unhealthy genes, There's things that we can do to turn them off. And that has to do with our choices. And this is one of the main things. So there was some really interesting studies. Let's just go through these real quick. In the journal Neurology, in 2022, associated red blood cell omega-3 fatty acid with MRI hippocampal cognitive function markers based on the Framingham study. Here's the bottom line of the study. Over 2,000 people in the study, average age 46. The higher their EPA and DHA omega-3 blood levels were, the better they were promoting neurogenesis, the production of new neurons in their memory section, neurotransmission, and inflammation resolution. In other words, it lowered inflammation. They had, these are 46 years old that did not have initially any mild cognitive impairment. This is prior to any diagnosis. They found that they had larger hippocampal volume and better abstract reasoning scores, just because they had more of that special fatty acid. Now, I see a lot of people say, well, I eat a lot of flaxseed and chia seeds. Great, I do too. That's not going to get you EPA, DHA. Most of us have a very inefficient mechanism metabolically to convert regular omega-3s into EPA, DHA. Most people get that through fish or fish oils. I don't recommend that as the number one option. Why? Well, what would be the obvious reason? Unfortunately, the ocean is horribly polluted. Even in the more pristine areas, guaranteed to have higher mercury levels. Now, if somebody's going to eat fish, make sure that you eat it from areas of the world like Alaska, like salmon. So you eat the fish to have the small mouths. Why? Because the smaller the mouth, the less predatory they are, which means the less mercury they have accumulated by eating other fish. Largemouth fish have tons of mercury in them, but even smallmouth fish have mercury. So it just depends how much you're willing to take in. So the very best option for many people, and the most sustainable option, is to get EPA and DHA, which is the exact same thing, only it's where the fish get it. You go directly to the source, which is microalgae. And the only downside of it is a little bit more expensive per milligram than purified fish oil. So you just need to know that. I always give my patients the option, okay? But I encourage people to take the more sustainable option if they can, and because that's something that could be available indefinitely, whereas fish oil is a problem from a sustainability standpoint. If you do eat fish oil or take fish oil supplements, make sure it's molecularly distilled. Why? Because you don't want the toxins in it. And when it's distilled, it's removing the EPA, DHA, and the omega-3 and leaving everything else behind. So you're completely removing the toxins when you molecularly distill something. Okay? So that's very important that you consider that. Okay, last study on this subject is basically another study that was done. It was a 7-year study done with the Framingham Health Study, the largest ongoing epidemiologic study ever, started in 1948. And they took 1,500 individuals that were over 65. It's great, I could qualify for that study now. And they basically did these omega-3 blood tests on them. And they saw how high their level was and tracked them for 7 years to establish what the actual risk of later becoming demented or later becoming having the diagnosis of Alzheimer's. And what they found was this, is that if the DHA was above 6%, that would be like being above 150 on other tests, they were 49% less likely to develop Alzheimer's compared to people under 3.8. Now, this is really important because I've been doing this test for many years in my practice. And my average patient is between 1 and 2. Another way of reporting the study is if your DHA blood level is less than 3.8%, you are at double the risk of developing Alzheimer's in 2 years, with all other risk factors controlled for in that study. Framingham Health Study is a really good study. And another way they reported this is that they expected to live Alzheimer's free for almost 5 additional years just because of your omega-3 status. That's just one of many things that we can do, and look how powerful it is. So don't deny yourself this very easy, simple strategy. And there's multiple ways to go about this. Okay, so take of that. Now, this is really interesting. This is a rat study, even though more humans do this than rats, but they've never done a human study, to my knowledge, on this. It's a maze. It's a maze study. And this article is pointing out that fructose is a factor in disease-related genetic changes in the brain, so much so that literally what they found in this rat study, here's what they did. And I'm putting this up because I'm going to tell you a story about myself. I promised I would. I got to fess up here. I got to tell you my story, and it has to do with a pancake or a French toast slam that I had some years ago, and the consequences of it. All right? So I'll tell you that in a second. But in this rat study, it's really interesting. These researchers at UCLA, they took 3 groups of rats. Actually, they trained all the rats to work through a maze. You know, they give them a little treat at the end, and they, little by little, they figure out, no, I shouldn't turn left over here. I got to turn right, and no, don't do that. So they pretty much figure out. Rats are pretty smart. You know, they figure stuff out pretty quick. They figured out how to go through that maze really quick. They got the treats, and so they were trained to do that for 2 weeks. And you know, after the first day or two, they're going like, "Man, this is easy. I just go from here to point. You know, go through the maze real quick and get my treat. Right? This is great. You know, like come on, make it hard. You know, make it more difficult. Right? So after they all learn to do the maze, they randomly divide the rats into 3 groups. They all get Purina rat chow, literally what they're eating, Purina rat chow. And so they're all on the very same diet. They all get water, so the first group gets Purina rat chow with water. That's it. The second group gets Purina rat chow with water that has fructose in it, equivalent by body weight with having a liter of soda a day. Now, that might sound a little high for some of you, but for others of you, know there's a lot of people that do that. There's a lot of people that drink at least a liter of soda a day of basically high fructose corn syrup. By the way, I would never say, at least drink it diet soda, guys. I would never say that. That'd be far worse than drinking high fructose. Honest to goodness. Do not drink diet sodas. They're the worst thing for your brain. They're really bad for your nervous system. NutraSweet was one of the worst things that came out of the Reagan administration. And I love Ronald Reagan. But as I studied into the science, it was his administration that fired the FDA commissioner who would not approve aspartame because it was considered to be carcinogenic. And it was only after, I think it was Ashcroft, was brought in, and they fired the FDA commissioner and basically steamrolled the FDA into going rogue, and apparently that's been a problem ever since. Okay, so the FDA was trying its best back in that day to protect the public, and they were not allowed to because there was too much money to be made with aspartame, with NutraSweet. And now a lot of people are using it, and it's really bad for your health. There's all kinds of studies to document that. It's very controversial, right? Because it's true, okay? Look at the research on it. Okay, so just a side point there. But having said that, fructose, while maybe not as bad as NutraSweet and Splenda and some of these other artificial sweeteners, it's still really bad for you, as pointed out here. So the second group got the fructose in their water. The third group got fructose in their water, and they got DHA, omega-3 fatty acids. What happened? The first group, look, they get put into maize. After 6 weeks on this new diet, right, they get put in front of the maize, and the first group goes like, yeah, I know exactly what to do. Go right through the maize, no problem. The second group, they get put in front of the maize, and they're going like, deja vu. Maybe they said that. I don't know if they said that in their minds. Okay, but it's like it took them twice as long to get through the maze. And this is for smart rats, only after 6 weeks of being exposed to fructose. Twice as long to get through that maze. And they had a motivation to get through that maze. They wanted to get that treat, right? So they turned a corner and go like, no. They finally figured it out. They had to relearn going through the maze because they no longer had that index hippocampal neuron to guide them, to connect them. Oh yeah, I remember that. I need to turn right here. They had lost that. They had to relearn that. And then the third group, this is really interesting. The third group, who had the fructose and the DHA, went through the maze no problem. Now, what did I just suggest? Wrong. But thank you for pointing it out. Okay, that's just like earlier when I talked about vitamin D being more important than smoking and causing cancer. Having a low vitamin D is more risky than smoking and causing cancer. What did I suggest there? As long as your vitamin D is great, you can smoke all you want. No, of course not. No, we want to add strategy beyond strategy. The point is that we have two lists. We have two columns, a hippocampal resiliency index. We want to build both lists. And the more exposures that we have that we may be not able to correct right away, or we don't even know we have, they're driving our hippocampal index low, so we need to up the other side. So we need to try to do as much as possible with both sides so we get the best brain function possible. So that's why we don't smoke, we optimize our vitamin D, we don't do fructose, we don't do aspartame of any kind, and we optimize omega-3s. Those are fundamental. We optimize exercise, we optimize diet. We optimize water intake. We optimize sunshine. We optimize all these things. So the researchers actually sacrificed these rats afterwards. I'd hate to be a researcher. I wouldn't even want to sacrifice a rat, even though I don't necessarily like rats. I don't like to take life of any kind, right? So, but they actually looked at their brain, and they did genetic analysis of the brain. I kind of scratched my head a little bit because when I read the study, I discovered that rats have 10,000 more genes than humans do. Now, I may be wrong on that, but that's what I read. Humans typically have about 20,000 genes. Rats apparently have 30,000 genes. At least that's what the UCLA researchers said 10 years ago. Maybe the new analysis has changed, but a lot of organisms have just as many genes as we do, which is really interesting, suggesting that it's what we do with our genes that's more important than what genes we have, right? The epigenetic influence. And so they found that over 700 genes that were part of the hypothalamus, the main metabolic center of the body, were basically damaged, were altered significantly because of the fructose. 700 genes, a huge amount that were responsible for our metabolism, our ability to gain or lose weight or optimize our blood sugars, were altered simply because of 6 weeks of exposure to fructose. And 200 to 300 genes were altered in the hippocampus, the very part of the brain that we're focusing on this weekend. So, if you want to set yourself up for memory problems and metabolic problems, just go after the fructose and don't worry about the DHA. right? All right, so that's now. Then we get into optimizing sleep. We essentially initiated this discussion this morning, right? The rest component. Rest begins in the evening. We need to prepare our bodies starting right around sunset. Think about calming the body. Think about calming the system, not focusing on work if we can avoid it. My daughter's an ER nurse at night, so she can't do this at all. She's working 12-hour shifts at night, and it's kind of burning her out, but understandably. And so we want to be shooting for 7, 8, maybe 9 in some cases hours a night, but not more than that. We'll see here in a moment that when you go to bed is as important, if not more important, than how much sleep you get. This is really critical, again, for hippocampal. And we basically, I always tell my patients, we got to fix sleep apnea one way or another. Do what you got to do. Okay, don't give up. And if you have insomnia, don't give up. I have patients that whenever I talk about sleep, or even in groups like this, I see eyes rolling. Like, if you only knew the problem I have with sleep, you wouldn't be saying that. And I'm saying this, you got to figure it out. Because if you don't, there's going to be major problems. Major problems. You got to figure it out. And there's many of the things that we can do. We don't have time to get into all those today, but again, we got to figure it out. We got to fix it. There's many things that we can do. Now, so here's an interesting study published in the Sleep and Biologic Rhythms Journal in 2015. And this is really powerful. It showed that late bedtime is associated with decreased hippocampal volume, in other words, loss of memory brain cells in the hippocampi, in young, healthy subjects, college students. They measured that directly with an MRI, and they found that college students that go to bed late versus that go to bed early have a ready deterioration of the hippocampus comparatively. And the study clearly outlined how that worked and why that was a very real phenomenon. So this is not something that just happens once we become senior citizens, right? This is something that happens even while we're in college. So it's easier said than done. I mean, I'm like the biggest offender. I struggle. I love to stay up late reading because I just want to learn more. I want to learn more. And I'm actually reading like 4 or 5 books right now, and I want to read sections from every book every night. And then I look at the clock and say, just a little bit more. And then before you know it, it's too late. I'm going, man, I'm missing out on my hippocampal regeneration index. And I am. I'm blowing up maybe 500 neuron cells that otherwise would have worked. Just because I want to learn more, but now I don't have enough cells to hold on to those memories. So why do it? I don't know. I got to figure that out. Okay, so, and this is one answer why it's so critical. This is a research done at the University of Surrey, published in the Proceedings of National Academy of Sciences. They estimated that a disruption in sleep ultimately impacts a full 1/3 of the entire human genome. We have about 20,000 genes. We're talking about 6,000 to 7,000 of those genes are messed up just because we're not sleeping right. So when I say we got to fix it, it's not just my perspective. We got to fix it. If we don't fix it, we're messing up a huge portion of our genes that otherwise would be working for us rather than against us. So one of the ways to look at this information is, let's just say, you believe what I'm saying. Okay, let's just argue that you believe what I'm saying for the moment, right? You don't have to believe me because I said it. You can look it up yourself, right? Okay, but you say, okay, yeah, I need to sleep, but no matter what I do, I can't. Okay, so even though I'm still saying we got to fix it, work with experts to help you figure it out, right? In the meantime, what can you do? Do what you can to fix the things that you can quickly fix. Like what? What we just talked about. Everybody can optimize their vitamin D. Nobody has an excuse not to do that. Everybody can optimize the DHA EPA. Nobody, at least not in the United States, really hardly anywhere in the world. Okay, well, we have the healthiest ways to do that available to us. Everybody. It's not that expensive, right? So those are the low-hanging fruit that we should all be taking advantage of, no matter what. And they make a huge difference, right? Have you heard a good deed? What? Finish that sentence for me. There's many ways. I actually AI'd that a couple of days ago, and there was like all kinds of different ways to finish that sentence. But a good deed helps undo many wrongs, right? So if you have an issue with somebody, that somebody doesn't like you because of something you said about them, where you were saying stuff that you shouldn't have, and you go, oh man, why did I say that? You go up to them and you apologize. You do a good deed. You do something nice for them. All of a sudden they're thinking, well, maybe this guy's not so bad after all. He did something nice for me, right? Okay, so do a good deed. Take your DHA, take your vitamin D, get some walk after a meal. Do the simple stuff. Start doing that, and all of a sudden everything starts looking better. And now, believe it or not, you're more likely to sleep more efficiently. If you start really doing optimal exercise for you, which means you don't want to do intensive exercise to the level that you're exhausting yourself, where you're injuring yourself, right? Okay, but I guarantee you, if you do enough exercise to exhaust your muscles in a pleasant way, like, oh man, whew, I'm glad I'm done with that, right? Even though you're okay, you're like, whew, I need to rest now. What's going to happen that night? Chances are you're going to sleep a lot better. Now, it may not be perfect yet, but you're on the road for recovery. So understand that one of the reasons as we get older that we don't sleep as well is because we're not stressing our muscles enough, and we're using the excuse of age for not stressing our muscles enough, right? So no more excuses about age. Remember, look, those 90-year-olds working out three times a week, boy, they were doing good. Why? Because they put into time, they put into effort. Okay, so here's a study at the University of Rochester. Sound familiar? Okay, Dr. Macon Nedergaard, he said this: the byproducts of daytime brain function must be detoxified at night. The glymphatic system, which is a relatively new system, and Dr. Nedergaard was one of the first to kind of explain this new phenomena that we didn't know even 10 years ago that the brain did this. And so this is an extra component that works like a lymphatic system, only it's in the brain, that removes toxins from the brain at night. It pumps cerebral spinal fluid through the brain at night. The brain is it's pulsating, literally. And that pulsation squeezes out toxins. It basically bathes cerebral spinal fluid through the brain to get out the toxins that are released through the daily workout in the brain, right? The significant amount of energy that is demanded in the brain. And then it's pumped out through into the bloodstream and into the liver. Do you know that there's only one other time that we have major research or evidence that this happens? It's during exercise. During exercise, because we're improving blood flow to the brain, and the blood vessels in the brain are right next to the glymphatic channels, that pulsation of the blood flow increases lymphatic flow and helps detoxify the brain. So it's been said, if you do roughly an hour of exercise a day, you're dramatically improving detoxification beyond what you get at night. So especially if you're not sleeping well at night, make sure you exercise an hour a day or more. Not to the point of injury, but to the point where you can sleep better, and more importantly, exercise is a proxy to sleep in terms of how it cleans the brain. So it's a win-win, right? All right. So A couple quick ones. Optimizing your diet. I could have talked about this the entire weekend. I do have a master's in nutrition. I know that this organization, this church, does a lot on diet. We had a wonderful brain healthy diet today. And so I'm just agreeing and certifying that this is critical to health. It's one of the most critical strategies that we can take advantage of. Why? Because most of the toxins we're exposed to come through our diet, and most of the nutrients we're exposed to come through our diet. And so if we don't have a diet that's full of nutrients, which is whole plant-based foods, lots of greens, lots of colors, lots of sulfur-rich vegetables like mushrooms, purple cabbage, things like that. If we're not getting a lot of those foods, we're not getting that many nutrients, and we're becoming deficient or subsufficient in those key nutrients that otherwise make right many of our wrongs. They're like the good deeds that we're doing for our body through our diet. So this is really critical. Whole foods, lots of non-starchy carbs, lots, especially if you're trying to lose weight. But even if you're not, because that's where the nutrients are, the non-starchy carbs, the colorful vegetables, that's where they are. I frequently eat lunch at an organic Whole Food store in California, and I go there because they have a deli with all organic, wonderful plant-based, so I can basically load up a plate full of all kinds of great colors. And did you know that the color in the food, the actual pigment, is the very molecule that changes your genetic expression? It acts on our genes and turns them on and turns them off. And so if you're getting colors from purple cabbage, you're turning on the good genes and turning off the bad genes. If you're getting purple from Skittles, you're turning on the bad genes and you're turning off the good genes, right? And I'm not just kidding. That's the reality of how that works. More healthy plant-based proteins and plant-based fats, healthy, whole. Okay, like avocado, nuts, and seeds. Those are really important for us, especially for the brain. The brain does not do good on a low-fat diet. You want to have healthy plant-based foods and fats. And then avoid fast food and sugars. Avoid fried foods. Those are the worst fats. Those are the worst type of foods. And cut out especially the refined carbohydrates. You know, that's the one commonality in almost every diet that's promoted. Regardless of how crazy the diet might be or how different the diet might be from what an ideal diet is, almost every diet that I've ever seen cuts out refined carbohydrates. And if they don't, then they're really off the wall, right? Okay, so because that's really the worst food of all, is the refined carbohydrate. It's really bad for the body for all the reasons we've been pointing out. Okay, so let me end with a story. Oh man, I got to do this one real quick. Again, I loved Ronald Reagan because he was so witty. You know, that's why he won the election, because he was funny. He knew how to debate, and he knew how to disarm, you know, the debater. You know, so I remember debating with, was it Nixon? You know, it's like Nixon was always serious, right? And so like he wasn't going to win against Reagan because Reagan was funny, and you could relate to him. You know, so what did Reagan say? The 4 words you don't want to hear is when the government shows up at your door and says, "We're here to help." Right? That's one of his many jokes. Boy, was he right about that. Ronald Reagan, it's been rumored that he actually had Alzheimer's while in the Oval Office. He was very depressed. And, of course, we know that that's not that uncommon in the Oval Office, right? Dementia seems to be a more common reality in the Oval Office. And, of course, he was diagnosed in 1994 at the age of 83, and he lived to 93. So he lived 10 years. I remember a story of his daughter walking through the house, and there was Ronald Reagan standing in one of the rooms, and his daughter says, "Dad, what are you doing?" And he turned to her slowly and he said, "I don't know where I am." He was in his own house. Very sad, very sad. I think he could have avoided this. I really do. You remember what his favorite food was? Jelly beans. Now, who doesn't like jelly beans, right? I mean, I'll be honest with you. I used to love jelly beans until I understood the ramifications of jelly beans. Why would somebody have a bowl of different colored jelly beans in every room of the White House? It wasn't just for a conversation piece, even though it would be, right? It was kind of like part of his witticisms, if you will. It makes him more likable. Oh, you got jelly beans in every room of the White House? Oh, he's kind of human, right? But I'll tell you why I believe he had it. I believe he had severe hypoglycemia, and his brain would shut down. And wherever he was, he'd grab a small handful of jelly beans, pop them in his mouth. Pretty soon his blood sugars would come up, and his brain would respond. Temporarily, his brain would start working again, except it made his insulin resistance worse, which it made him more likely to have another reactive hypoglycemic episode. So it's a vicious cycle of the dog chasing its tail, and he gradually got worse and worse and worse. Every time he ate those jelly beans, he felt better temporarily. At what cost? At a huge cost, because it was causing hippocampal atrophy. More and more cells in his hippocampi were blowing up because of it. So, a sad ending to, what many people would say was a great man, a great statesman, even though there was some things that, well, we can say with any politician, they compromise, and people get hurt because of that compromise. So, I'm going to have to skip some of these. Oh, man. Yeah, that's right. I got to tell this story here. Here it is. In fact, let me just start with. I don't have time to go over this in detail. Let me tell two quick stories, and then we'll take some questions for those of you that haven't had enough, right? You just want more. Your hippocampus isn't exhausted yet. You're like, give me more information. So we'll stick around for you. But some years ago, maybe 6 years ago or so, I was on my way to Walla Walla, Washington, to do a lecture, a series very similar to this. And on the way, I stopped at the airport in Seattle, because you had to go through Seattle to get to Walla Walla at that time. And at the airport, I always go through the book section, just to see what kind of magazines are out, what kind of new books are out, just to see what people are promoting, right? And I saw something that really caught my eye. It was a time edition, a special time edition. The Science of Alzheimer's, what it is, how it touches us, hope. I'm all about hope. I wrote a whole book about giving people hope for dealing with Alzheimer's, so I'll go, man, I got to get that. So I bought that, and I'm flipping through it on the flight from Seattle to Walla Walla, and pretty soon I figured out this is actually a big it's an infomercial. Every single article was being paid for. Now, I have a really good friend who puts out his own business journal. And when I brought this up, I goes like, Wes, that's the way it always is. They're all infomercials. He published his own business journal, and it's all about, in fact, he did a special on me doing lifestyle medicine on Guam, and we paid for that article, right? It was an infomercial, so I even participated in it, okay? And that's how the journal makes money. Otherwise, they couldn't function. So when you see Newsweek, Time, you name it, Reader's Digest used to do this all the time. I loved Reader's Digest. How many of you liked Reader's Digest back in the day, right? And what was my favorite section of Reader's Digest? Laughter is the best medicine. I love that. That was so good. And it was really interesting. Almost every month, Reader's Digest had an article on coffee. And it was a really good article talking about all the benefits of drinking coffee. And it was citing study after study. And I'm going like, whoa, okay, this is interesting. So I started paying attention to it rather than just reading it like we would read a regular journal article. And I realized that this was a paid infomercial from the coffee industry. And I did a deeper dive into this. I did a very serious deeper dive into this, that they have one of the biggest lobbies in the U.S. They actually pay medical researchers to sign off on research that they have already done to promote the therapeutic value of drinking coffee. Now, that doesn't automatically mean it's bad for you, but that certainly adds suspicion. Right? And we could talk about that, but we're going to talk about something else right now, okay? There is a debate, by the way. Some researchers believe that caffeine improves hippocampal neurogenesis, and other studies clearly show it actually degrades it. So who are you going to believe? This is my final take on that, by the way. I sat right next to a Harvard researcher. In fact, the dean of Harvard School of Public Health, who was presenting at a conference where I was presenting, and I was sitting right next to him at a get-together for all the conference faculty, and he was joking about the coffee, and this was at Loma Linda University where they don't serve coffee, typically at conferences, And so Harvard has published many studies, the health professional follow-up studies, the nurses follow-up study, huge 100,000 individuals in the study, suggesting statistically that if you drink coffee, you have lower risk of hypertension, lower risk of diabetes, lower risk for all kinds of heart disease. But when you read the fine print, you see that you need to drink 4 or 5 cups of coffee to get that benefit statistically. Now, who drinks 4 or 5 cups of coffee a day? It's the people who have adrenal fatigue. It's the people who have burned out their adrenals and they need caffeine to bring it up to par so that they can function. I've seen many executives that will drink a whole pot of coffee in the morning, and by age 50, 55, they crash, and now the coffee doesn't work anymore because their adrenals are completely shot. The problem with caffeine is that it burns out your adrenal glands. There's no question about that, because that's what caffeine does. Caffeine stimulates the adrenals to produce more cortisol, which wake us up and gives us that cup of ambition, as Dolly Parton used to say in her songs, right? Working 9 to 5, remember that? Cup of coffee, the cup of ambition? Well, that's what it is. It's kind of fake ambition. It's fake energy, but it's stealing energy from your future and using it in the present. We would never do anything like that, would we? Would we ever spend money that we don't have now? So it's like basically buying things, going on a shopping spree with a credit card when you have no money in the bank to back it up. It's the same thing. You're basically breaking down your future energy levels and using it now. That's the problem with caffeine. And so that's, if caffeine was really good for you, I'd be saying drink up. I would be drinking up, but I want to do what's best for me. So that's why I'm kind of warning you. I know that this is a very sensitive topic. I didn't even have it listed here. But here's my final analysis. Why is it that they said coffee has all these antioxidants, all these phytochemicals that are really good for you? Yeah, it does. It does, but it also has a lot of caffeine that burns out your adrenals. So many individuals' diets are so poor, are so deficient in key nutrients, that having a cup of coffee actually improves the nutritional status of that person. That's, I think, the reality. And that's why we need to start eating real food in large amounts, 2 to 3 times a day, so that we're getting the nutrients. So now we can't say anymore that that cup of coffee is actually a positive thing, because it's no longer fixing deficiencies, because we don't have them, but the deficiency is being fixed while it's creating another major deficiency. You see what I'm saying? We just need to think through this. That was actually addressed in this this time special edition as well. But what I want to quickly share with you is something that really caught my eye, and I've been paying attention to this for quite some time. And it's this right here. It was the title of this journal page was "Here's More Good Health News for Drinkers." Now, again, if you look at many of the Harvard studies and many past epidemiologic studies, there appears to be a trend that having moderate drinking, especially red wine, which is rich in what? Resveratrol, right? We've heard that. It's the sirtuitin gene activator that increases longevity. And so red wine is being promoted as a wellness drink because of that. So you need to critically think, okay, what are the pros and the cons here? What are we missing? Maybe it is beneficial for some things, but does that mean that it is really overall beneficial? And so many individuals are referring to, wine as being beneficial to our health for many reasons. And there's a lot of studies that say that. We'll get to that in a minute. And so, quick side note on Glenn Campbell, our one of our favorite country music stars of the weekend, right? Why did he have hippocampal atrophy? There's no question that one of the major reasons is because he was a heavy drinker. Now, that does not mean that moderate to social drinking would do the same thing in of itself. We'll look at that in a second. Okay, but there's no question that if you're one of the individuals that starts drinking, you become a problem drinker, it's going to cause major damage to your hippocampi. And why do I never drink and never have? Because I know if I did, I'd become a heavy drinker. I know, I'm like the skateboarder mentality. Go for it, just drink up, whatever. And so I was smart enough, and I was raised in a family that taught me critical thinking, that never get involved with drugs or alcohol. Why? Because if I did, I'd be one of those guys that would go way off. Not to say that everybody would, okay, but you got to know yourself, like Plato said. You got to understand what your limitations are. You got to understand what your bright lines are. What's the step that you should never, that line you should never cross, because if you do, you're in trouble. And we're all different, okay, but that's one reason I don't. Another reason I don't, because I'm convinced in my own mind that there's the overall impact of alcohol is negative, of any amount, even occasional. And I'll show you why I believe that here in a second. So obviously heavy drinking, so there's at least 10% of individuals, they have one drink. 1 out of 10 people have one drink, become problem drinkers. Okay, it's just the way it is. Some people just boom, it's over after they have that one drink. So be aware of that. Okay, now here's an interesting study published by the British Medical Journal in 2017, I believe. Yeah, and this was there's studies that just came out on this recently. But this, in my opinion, is the best study ever done on the topic. Even the researchers were shocked by the results. It was a 30-year study with MRI scans for 30 years in England. And this was done in a socially, upwardly mobile group of people. So it wasn't because they didn't have enough money for healthy food or anything like that. It just looked at their drinking status and everything else. So let's take a look at this study. By the way, I believe that the British Medical Journal is one of the most reputable medical journals in the world. In fact, right now I put it as number one, because they were much more reputable, especially during the COVID epidemic. They were willing to publish what they felt needed to be published, and they didn't follow the censorship outlines. Okay, so here's the bottom line. Higher consumption of alcohol over the 30-year follow-up was associated with increased odds, another way of saying increased likelihood or risk, of hippocampal atrophy, topic of the weekend, in a dose-dependent fashion. Now let's take a look at this. If somebody had 1 to 2 drinks a day, and historically, moderate drinking is defined for men as not having more than 2 drinks in any one-day period. That's generally accepted as what is the limits of moderate drinking. Anything beyond 2 drinks in one day is considered to be heavy drinking by definition, even though nobody I know who has 3 drinks at a sitting would consider that heavy drinking, even though medically it is. I had a patient once who came to me for a consult, and so I was doing the workup, and so I said, how can I help you? What was your main goal of being here? So, well, he was hesitant, and he kind of said, well, I probably shouldn't be drinking as much. So I said, okay, so I can help you with that. He says, so how much do you drink? And he said 3 cases. I thought he meant 3 6-packs. And at the time, I thought that was a lot, because that'd be 18 drinks a day. But no. And so I go like, you mean 6-packs? And he kind of was being sheepish. He goes like, no, cases. And again, I wasn't getting it because I couldn't conceive of somebody drinking even that many 18 beers in one sitting. And he says, no, cases. I don't know. I couldn't drink that much water, right? But literally, these guys that hang out by their pickup trucks for starting at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and they drink till midnight. They're just down in beer after beer after beer. I'm going, how do you do that? Of course, they have a big old beer belly, so that's maybe helping control that. And they got a huge liver that's detoxifying that alcohol as fast as possible, because alcohol is such a severe toxin that the liver will stop detoxifying almost every other toxin just to detoxify alcohol, to turn it into a less toxic substrate because it's so toxic. And so, all right, 1 to 2 drinks. 1 drink a day for women, up to 2 drinks a day for men, or no more than that. 340% increased risk of hippocampal atrophy based on MRI scans. Wow. That's just 1 to 2. That's just moderate drinking. Heavy drinking, so more than 1 to 2 drinks a day, increased that risk 580%. I remember listening to the researchers talk about this, and they were like incredulous. This is a 30-year study that was really well done. They pulled out all the stops statistically and epidemiologically, and they were not expecting this result. And I go like, I don't know, why didn't you expect it? Are they not paying attention to the other medical literature, right? And then they found no protective benefits with 1 to 3 drinks a week. Now, so let's just back up a second. Because this is important, because when I'm working with patients, the last thing I want to do is take away something that is giving them pleasure that's actually either good for them or neutral. So the last thing I want to do is say, well, maybe you should just stop this altogether. I have to have a really good reason to say stop it. when it comes to cognitive function, I'm very emphatic to them to educate them gradually about this relationship. This is a very powerful study. And so people need to know that if they have any risk for developing cognitive dysfunction, alcohol only takes you down further. Even once a month. Quick story. It's one of the stories I wanted to tell you. I had an executive. He was actually a brilliant engineer that owned a company. And he was doing really well, and he learned about my clinic through a friend that was having some cognitive challenges. So he came to me and says, listen, you know, I have this big company I'm running, and I'm actually doing really well on running this company, so my executive function is good. But I got this problem that's kind of keeping me up at night. He says, so I talked to him for a whole hour, and I knew exactly what his problem was because I was listening to him. You know, there's an old story clinically that if you listen to your patient long enough, they'll tell you exactly what you need to do, right? So it's just listening to your patient, right? And so during that hour-long consult, he was fishing for words. I mentioned this briefly earlier. He was fishing for words 10 times. So much so that I knew what word he was talking about because he was describing it. He didn't have that index neuron. It was blown up. It was gone. And so he raised that issue with me. He says, I'm concerned what this means for my future. I don't want things to get worse. And his main goal, he just didn't want to get worse. It was also a little embarrassing, you know, talking to his workers. You know, he's running this huge company, and they're going like, you mean pencil? Oh, yeah, that's what I meant, my pencil. Yeah, like, you know, so it just kind of decreases the authority figure complex, right? And so we started working together, and we did a comprehensive program together, and he was doing really well. Within 3-4 months, he'd come in for a consult, and I could tell that he only had word fishing once during the entire, so he was 90% better. Dramatic improvement, and he knew it. He's going like, yeah, man, I'm feeling good. So then he goes on vacation. And I kind of warned him about that. I say, hey, you know, make sure you make good choices. Oh, yeah, man, I'm all in. I'm not going to do anything stupid. So he goes on vacation. He makes sure he's eating the right foods. He makes sure he's exercising on the beach with his wife every day. They rent a little cottage right on the beach in Oceanside, California. It's just a beautiful, he's out the whole week to just chill, read some books, relax. None of the stress that he normally has at work. So like it's the perfect environment with the sunshine and fresh air and everything for his hippocampus to just really take another major step forward, right, in building up. And he said halfway through the week, I started word fishing. Like, what is going on? So he's trying to figure out what it is. He can't figure it out. So he comes in, he's telling me about this. And so, of course, my job is to connect the dots, right? That's why I'm trying to figure out what it is. So I'm going through it with him. He's going, no, it's not my diet. I was exercising. I was in the sun every day. I was doing my omega-3s. I was doing all the, you know, the basics and many other things that we learned from his blood test. And then all of a sudden he stopped. He goes like, oh, I know what it is. Because he'd remembered a lecture I gave just like this, okay, during my intensive program that I used to do at Coronado Island in San Diego. That was pre-COVID. I don't do those anymore. I do them all online. Okay, so he said, oh, man, I don't know what I was thinking. I totally forgot about what you said about alcohol. Because he had figured out that alcohol was one of the things that was creating the problem. But he hadn't put that together real strongly because he'd been making so many healthy decisions that he was attributing most of his benefit from the other healthy decisions. But then when he went on vacation, he thought, hey, stress management, right? We're exercising, we're in the sun, we're eating a really healthy diet, we're not stressed at all, I'm with the love of my life, you know, things are good. what could be better than, this is a perfect time to have a couple beers, right? In his mind, that's how he grew up, right? Just have a couple beers. What could be healthier? And that's how he was thinking about it. And I don't blame him. So he started having just a couple beers, with a healthy sandwich, sitting, watching the people walk by on the beach, reading a book. And all of a sudden, he's word fishing. And he didn't figure it out until he was sitting with me going through the checklist. He was like, oh, no, that's what it was. And he stopped doing that, boom, came right back. Took him about a week to fully come back. So be aware of that. Now, I want to tell my story real quick, and then we're going to end. I had a whole bunch of other cool stuff, but you're going to have to watch that on YouTube some other time. Let's see here. I want to end with this. This will kind of give you an idea. I'm just going to tell you the story. It's better just to tell you. I'm supposed to do a Diabetes Undone lecture, which I've done for this group, right? It's kind of weird doing a lecture in my own series, right? So I'm like a guest appearance, in real time on a program that is hosted by me and all the videos that we do. And so, but this was actually at my church in Fallbrook, California, Southern California. And so I always work out, somebody else coordinates the program because I'm the one on the video, and I have somebody else coordinate, and I'll come in and do a couple guest appearances and do like a 20-minute, motivational talk to encourage people in the program, right? Because it's an 8 to 10 week, once a week program. By the way, once again, if you're interested in being a participant in that program, even if you don't have diabetes, even if you just want to get tested and see where you are in that continuum of high blood sugars and insulin resistance, that program is a comprehensive lifestyle medicine program beyond diabetes and prediabetes, but it's really good for any of us. So if you're interested, sign up in the back as you leave, and if we have enough people interested, the church is willing to do another program sometime in the next year. So I'm scheduled. This is a Tuesday evening. I'm scheduled to do a 20 to 30-minute talk. The week prior to this, I'm super busy. That happen to anybody? Right? I'm super busy, and because I'm so busy, I make some poor choices. I don't take the time to get my regular exercise. Normally, I'm playing basketball for an hour and a half twice a week at lunchtime, and that week, for some reason, it didn't happen, and so I missed that, and then I actually missed my regular exercise at home, too. So I go about a week. I still went for walks with my wife and stuff like that, but it wasn't my regular exercise program. So I was starting to lose my fitness status during that week. That was starting to impact me. My response to stress was increasing and so forth. And so now about a week goes by. Now it's Tuesday, the very day I'm supposed to give a talk that evening. And so I play basketball, and I hadn't played for a week, so I was kind of out of shape. But I played for an hour and a half full court, and I'm all out. I'm all in. When I play basketball, I play hard. I get beat up by the big guys. I don't care because I just want to play hard. And so I just wear myself down. If I'd been in shape, I would have been okay doing that. But I wore myself down, so I was intemperate. I didn't work up to it. I exercised too hard. And then I missed lunch because I played through my lunch hour. I was so interested in enjoying basketball that I missed my lunch. So now I grab a bite or so, but not nearly enough. So then I go through my patients for the afternoon, and about 5:30, I'm going like, oh man, I'm dragging, I'm fatigued, I'm hypoglycemic, and I know why. I have enough hippocampal function to remind me of why. It's because I've been stupid, right? I haven't been exercising properly. Then I work out really hard, and then I didn't eat enough lunch. I hardly ate anything, and now I'm super hypoglycemic. And what did I say this morning about hippocampal exhaustion? When you exhaust and when you're tired, and when you're like stressed out, and You can't think straight. What does that mean? That means your hippocampus is not working very well. It's basically maxed out. And when it's maxed out, what's going to happen? You are going to make bad decisions. That's exactly what happened. So I'm like thinking, oh man, I don't have time to get home before my lecture. I can't go home and eat. And what am I going to do? And then, you know what, the first thing that pops into my mind, something that I would never do normally, the first thing that pops into my mind is there's a little cafe on the way to the church, and I bet you I can get a pancake slam or a French toast slam full of syrup. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm horrified at what I'm thinking, but I don't care. I have lost any interest in doing what's right. I just want to fix the problem right now and get some sugar back into my brain. I'll do the Ronald Reagan thing. If I'd had jelly beans, I'd eaten the whole bowl. And so I didn't even stop to think about it because I knew I was going to do it anyways. That's how bad it was. I lost willpower. I lost self-control. My mistake wasn't making a bad choice at that point in time. My mistake was all the things that I had done to set me up for that. Don't set yourself up, because chances are you're going down. And God forbid that there's far worse things that could have happened than just eating an unhealthy meal. If you know what I'm saying. Okay, so I jump out of my chair that I do all my Zoom sessions with. I grab my backpack and my computer. I run I run to my car, jump in my car, stop at the little cafe on the way, just half a mile away. And I walked in there and says, you guys got French toast slams? Yeah. So give me a French toast slam with syrup. And so 5 minutes, boom, I had my French toast slam. I scarfed that down in 2-3 minutes flat. I washed my hands because I had syrup all over my hands. I rushed to the church and I gave a wonderful talk on reversing diabetes. Because I can do that in my sleep. I have so many hippocampal pathways for diabetes that I can blow up half my brain and still do a good talk on diabetes. But this is why I'm telling you that. At the end of my talk, I'm feeling kind of good about myself, even though I know I've done something really stupid. And I'm saying, boy, I pulled that one off. Not. Because what happens next? The coordinator of my program, who's actually a friend of mine, I even play basketball with him, he's actually a military guy. And so he said, hey, Wes, could we borrow your computer? Because we don't have a DVD player, and I had a DVD and set up with that back when we were running Diabetes Undone with DVDs. Now you can do it on PowerPoint, which is really easy. And I said, sure, of course you can borrow it. And he said, just give me your address. Simple enough, request. And so I'm going to tell him my address. I have no idea what my address is. I kid you not. I've lived there for 10 years. I have never had to look up my address before. I've always known it, just like that. And even though so I'm thinking, ask me a complicated question about diabetes. I bet you I could come up with that answer. But I cannot come up with my address. So I'm sitting there kind of looking at him, and he's like, this is taking a little long for you to give me your address, right? And so I feel a little embarrassed. I'm trying to, I joke and I say I use my superior intelligence to figure out a workaround, because that's what we do when we have cognitive transient ischemic events, okay, or transient hippocampal atrophy events. We look for a workaround, right? Because we're smart enough to figure something out, right? To make an excuse or whatever. So I turn around, like, just a second, right? I gotta figure this out. And as I turn around, my hand brushes against my phone, and I go like, maybe I can look it up. I'd never looked up my address before. And so I'm hoping to God, I'm praying, please be in my address book. So I go to my contacts list, and I type in Wes, And I'm just like, hold on a second. And I look and I see to my, well, I was really happy it was there. I said, hey, I'll text it to you, as if that had been my plan all along. And he was kind of like, that was kind of weird, you know? And so he kind of looks at me and says, okay, so I just texted it to you, all right? So, yeah, okay. So I texted it to him. And so later that night, he shows up with the computer. And I go like, whoa, come here. So let me tell you what happened. He was smart enough to probably figure it out at some point. Not to figure out the whole story, but I needed to fess up. So I told him, I said, listen, I told him the whole story. He laughs, it's like, oh my goodness, this is insane. So what a great example of bad decision making and bad lifestyle leading up to even worse lifestyle, right? And so 2 days later, I'm giving another special appearance at this very same meeting. And so I show up. The first thing he says, you know what? I need to come clean. So I told them the story. And you know what? They really appreciated that story. You know why? Because it made them realize that I'm just as human as them. We all make mistakes, and we all get influenced in different ways. And we're all in the same game together. We're on the same journey. We just need to figure out what to do. And when we make a mistake, the best thing, the smartest thing we can do is just fess up and move on. Okay? And that's why I tell my patients, if you're having challenges with cognition, tell your friends, tell your family members, hey, I'm struggling with this a little bit, but I'm working on it, and maybe you can help me with it. So that way you're not always trying to hide it from them, because that makes you stressed, and guess what? It makes them stressed too, because they already know. So like Norman Cousins said in his book, The Anatomy of an Illness, don't deny the diagnosis. Defy the verdict. Embrace it. Share that information with others, just like I did with you just now. I'm very willing to be open with you of my risk for dementia. Why? Because I know I'm at risk, and I'm on the journey with you. I tell this story frequently to my patients the first time I see them, because especially patients where I know or I've been prompted early on by other family members, listen, my dad or my wife or my husband or whatever, not really excited about seeing you. They're kind of don't really want to see you, right? And I say, I totally get it. And so I start out by telling them the story that puts us brother to brother or sister to brother, whatever. We're working on this together. So I literally tell them, we're working on this together. I'm on this full program myself. You know why? I tell them why. Okay? And you know what? It's working. As long as I follow it, I'm doing well. If I don't follow it, boom. Tell you one last story, since I'm, true confessions here. One last story about myself, and then we'll let you go home or have questions. I was asked by a multimillionaire in Lisbon to speak at an international Christian businessmen's meeting in Portugal, Lisbon, Portugal. And at first I didn't know if I wanted to travel all the way to Europe, and take a whole week off of work, because I'm self-employed. If I don't work, I don't make any money. So at that time I had kids in college, and I was paying for it out of my own pocket. That's not private colleges, not so cheap. And so I kind of thought, you know what? I've actually not spent much time in Europe. I've done some diabetes lectures in Geneva, Switzerland, traveled to Germany and France and some other places, but I'd never been to Portugal. So I said, yeah, I'm going to do it. So I'm so busy that I was supposed to give 4 or 5 presentations. This was about 10 years ago during this long weekend. Of course, we wanted to see the sights in Lisbon, right? Lisbon's a wonderful place to be. How many people have been in Lisbon? Okay, yeah, several of you. So it's amazing, amazing stories, amazing history. And so we leave LAX and then it's like a 15-hour flight to Lisbon. It's just straight flight to Lisbon. And so I'm working on my talks the whole time, just like I did on Fridays I was coming here. The whole 3-hour flight, I'm just like working on my slides, which I got a lot done. So I'm working on my talks, and of course with the time difference, we were getting into Lisbon time about 5 in the morning. And so I literally hadn't slept for like 36 hours. Or I don't know, it was a long time. I forget how long it was. My brain wasn't working really well at that point. And so my wife and I were exhausted. Even though she'd slept some on the flight, I hadn't slept at all. I'd been working on my talks the whole time. And so we get to Lisbon, and our host, the multimillionaire, the business guy, he shows up to pick us up. He says, "Great news." And we're thinking he's going to take us to the hotel. We're going to get about 3 or 4 hours rest and to get ready for the evening program, right? No. "Great news," he says. "I've taken the day off. I'm going to show you Lisbon." And so that was like, oh, good and really bad. It's like we really wanted to see Lisbon, especially with somebody that was from there that could show us all the great sights, right? From a local perspective. But inwardly, we were groaning like, oh, my, I already had a headache. It's like, oh, this is going to be rough. So we pushed through. We had a wonderful time seeing all the sights. And I was kind of woozy most of the day. And I still have faint memories of it, like deja vu. Okay, but here's the key: was the next day. The next day, our host picks us up from the hotel, and we're talking about the programs that are going to be that night. So they have all these different programs throughout the weekend. And they were really interested in epigenetics, because that was kind of my specialty discussion or presentation back then. Now I just weave it into every talk I give. And we were talking, all of a sudden he looks back at me and gives me this quizzical look. I'm going like, what? And my wife was giving me a quizzical look. And he says to me, my host says to me, he says, "You asked that question already." And somewhere in the back of my mind, I agreed with him, but I did not remember. I had clearly lost hippocampal index neurons during that trip. This was over 10 years ago. That was a major clue to me that I'm at risk. Okay, I'm at that point, I'm at that tipping point. I can get better or I can get a lot worse. And so it basically clearly outlines for all of us that we can blow up hippocampal neurons through intemperate lifestyle, not exercising appropriately and then overdoing it and then eating the wrong food, really bad for the brain. And that's just one of many examples. But it can also be due to just the loss of sleep. That's why I said earlier, we got to fix sleep. Got to figure it out. Okay, don't give up. Even if you have to go to 10, 20 specialists to figure it out. And one of the things is make sure you do all these other things, which we've just scratched the surface of, by the way. And I tell my patients after the second visit or during the second visit, sometimes they say, I don't think I'm not really getting any better. I go like, we just ordered labs. We haven't really done anything yet. Yeah, we're just getting started. It's going to take us 6 to 9 months to just get on the full program. So be patient. Take the time to get on the program. Make good decisions every step of the way. And little by little, you're adding strategy upon strategy. You're building towards that tipping point where now you have a positive hippocampal resiliency index rather than a negative one. You're not just slowing down the disease. You're not just stopping it. You're actually rejuvenating. You're building back up. We all have the potential to work in that direction. So we're just getting started, right? So I'm glad that you were here. And let's just end with a word of prayer. Father, I just thank you for the privilege of being here in Minneapolis, in Rochester this weekend. I just pray a special blessing on everybody. Everybody that's here physically, everybody that's watching online, everybody that will watch this online, that you will guide them into all truth, that you will help them think critically and make good decisions, and little by little improve upon their health such that they clearly can see that you're blessing their efforts. And we pray this in Jesus' name. Amen. Okay, it's late. It's late. Oh, we got some free giveaways here.
I want to thank everyone. Some of you have been here all 3 hours.
Or almost 4.
Yes. I don't know if this will work. Number blue or color blue? Yeah, okay. So we did collect some names for a drawing initially when we first started. And so I have 3 of Dr. Youngberg's books. And so, Dr. Youngberg, if you would do the honor of just picking out one. The first one will be Dr. Youngberg's Memory Makeover. Who's the winner?
Cheryl Johnson.
Cheryl Johnson, are you still here? Yes, okay, there we go.
All right.
All right, so we'll get that book to her.
That's the book I wrote about John and Mary, who basically dramatically improved their health.
Yes. The next one is Goodbye Diabetes. Goodbye Diabetes, and the winner of that one.
This one's blank. I'm not skipping you.
All right. Well,
Monica Taylor.
Monica
Come
Taylor,
on
yes.
down.
Okay, very good. Goodbye Diabetes. Here you go. Congratulations. And the last book we have is Hello Healthy.
Okay, I'm digging down deep.
Yes.
Shuffling, not looking.
Drum
not
roll,
looking.
please. Yes.
Okay. Gene Hackman.
Gene Hackman, there we go, yes.
All right.
Hello Healthy. And the rest of you
Good thing I shuffled, huh, Gene?
Yeah, right, yes. Shuffling is good. I also have a stack of the 8 Laws of Health DVDs, right? And so,
yes.
Okay, so I have a stack of those. So as you leave, if you would like one of these, I have a stack. I'll give them till we run out. And so, all right, now it's time for some Q&A.
All right, so feel free to, you're dismissed officially. I know it's been a long afternoon. This is actually a typical afternoon seminar weekend for me, okay, but it's a little long for most people. So if you're interested in asking questions as a group, stay by. I do have a tour to get to with Dr. McFadden. He's going to take me through Mayo Clinic here in a little bit. But let's take a few minutes to do group questions for those that are willing to stay.
Okay, anyone have a question? Oh, there's a question over here.
I just wanted to ask if you have a specific brand of vitamin D and the DHA and the algae that you would recommend people buy?
There are actually many good brands for vitamin D. The one trick that you want to be aware of is that vitamin D comes from a lot of different sources. I was giving a talk like this maybe 10 years ago, and a farmer came up to me and says, "Young man, I got a story to tell you." He says, I farm next to an area where there's basically a pig farmer, and one of the places in our general vicinity that does vitamin D, that makes vitamin D, what they do is they buy pig heads from farmers and convert the pig brain into vitamin D. Now, I didn't really want to know that story, so I got kind of red-pilled on that, but it's kind of important to know, right? And so that's why the first thing is make sure you just don't do any old brand, because that would be a really cheap way to make vitamin D. My preference is to go with, I think Integrated Therapeutics has a form of vitamin D that also has K2 in it in one capsule. That's a popular brand. Most vitamin D comes from lanolin, which is sheep's wool. Remember, the sheep are out in the sun. See, we need to be more like sheep in that respect. Spend time in the sun, generate your own vitamin D, and then you can the reason the vitamin D is in the lanolin, and the sheep's wool, is because the vitamin D is made in the skin and then it oozes into the sheep wool, and it can be pressed out of that when they shear the sheep. So, so it's technically not vegan, even though it's really not. I mean, it's kind of like eating honey in that respect. It comes from an animal, but it's not really animal. The other option that is very popular is to use a vegan vitamin D, where they take cholecalciferol, which is the form of vegetable vitamin D that's found in mushrooms and a few other, and they convert it, they chemically convert it in the laboratory into regular vitamin D3, into what's called it's ergocalciferol, and they change it into cholecalciferol, which is standard vitamin D, but it's not animal because it came from a plant source that was modified in the lab. So it's like a bioidentical vitamin D that did not come from an animal, therefore has no chance of coming from a pig brain. Okay, so that's a very popular one if you're concerned about that. I think the key thing is just to use a common, high reputable brand. I like orthomolecular products, integrative nutrition, Thorne. There's quite a few really reputable brands, but I generally don't recommend going to Walmart or Costco or places like that, because even if they're getting it from a theoretically good brand source, it's always substandard, because the cost, they have to cut corners, and so they're getting a substandard product. So just get it from a good place. Yeah. Yes?
I have mine's a kind of a couple of questions, but do you recommend, and how do you recommend, or when do you recommend people start testing for like hormone, like males, testosterone for males or estrogen, progesterone for females? And then also the other part of that is cortisol is kind of a big topic right now, but it's difficult to test if I understand correctly.
The cortisol?
Cortisol, yeah.
Okay, let me take that one first. Sure. I have almost always for 35 years, I did a deep study into salivary cortisol testing versus other forms of testing versus blood levels. And I used to do saliva a lot, and I had a hard time interpreting it. And so even though when you're doing saliva, you're doing free hormones. It's not free as in free. It's unbound. It's unbound to other proteins, and therefore you're getting the active hormone. The problem is, I actually found it really hard to interpret that clinically. And so after years of doing it, I finally stopped doing that. Not that I'm against it. It would be a secondary strategy to do salivary cortisol. Like you can do salivary cortisol like early morning, lunchtime, late afternoon, late night, right? And so that you can then get a graph as to when it's low, when it's high relative to each other. Those are valid, right? Those are helpful. So I'm okay with that test. But the way I do cortisol is I do it on a 4-hour glucose tolerance test with blood. So in addition to the insulin and glucose levels that I mentioned earlier, I'm adding a fasting 3-hour and 4-hour cortisol. Now, those tests aren't perfect because we're waiting an hour typically between tests. And a lot can happen in an hour. Things can crash and then come right back up, and it looks like you had no drop in blood sugar or cortisol change, even though you had a major change in between. But when you're doing glucose, insulin, and cortisol, there's a greater likelihood that you're going to pick up some abnormality because of the 3 different ways, kind of a 3-dimensional model, if you will, of hormone management evaluation. So the way I do it is that if the fasting cortisol ideally should be like 13 to 15, higher than that is a little high. My main concern is if it's low. And that's with the reactive hypoglycemia, where the blood sugars tend to crash in people. So people who have adrenal fatigue, which is a a lay term for adrenal insufficiency. A real hardcore adrenal insufficiency is Addison's disease. We're talking about just mild tendency in that direction, but not anywhere near Addison's disease. The opposite of that would be Cushingoid syndrome. So what I typically see I'm checking the third and the fourth hour because those are the times that there's going to be the biggest fluctuation in cortisol because of adrenal fatigue causing a low cortisol. In other words, it can't keep up, so it drops off, and then blood sugars drop off because of it, okay? Or the cortisol jumps up because it's reactivated. And so if you don't have balance, you have big fluctuations in those hormones, and that's really bad for the brain. It's really bad for everything. It's bad for fatigue, bad for the adrenals. And so then we want to rebuild the adrenals. That's when I have the talk with people about caffeine, because even though that caffeine's not the worst thing in the world, for people who have adrenal fatigue, it is a really bad thing because it's already wearing down an organ that's already struggling, even though on the surface it's the solution. Just like eating sugar with hypoglycemia is the initial solution, but it makes it worse later. So you got to have a patience to figure out the whole process. So that's how I look at cortisol. And then the first part of the question. Okay. I usually don't test that in young adults. I usually start. It just depends on what's going on. If somebody's in their mid-30s and they're experiencing a lot of metabolic problems, then I might check it, right? And then the older people get, the more likely I'm to automatically check it. And then, the first things that we do are to fix the underlying principles that we've been addressing. Like for instance, just exercise and staying. Sugar is a testosterone killer. Sugar will drop your testosterone really, really quick. And so that's one way to build testosterone. And women need testosterone as well, just a lot less than men do. So many times women go through hormone replacement therapy, especially around the time of menopause. The doctor will add a little bit of testosterone to that to optimize that level too. That might be too low. On the other hand, if they have insulin resistance that's significant, they may have polycystic ovarian syndrome, which is insulin resistant, and that oftentimes is associated with a really high testosterone for women because of the other hormonal imbalance. So, there's a lot of considerations in that. But when somebody's coming in for cognitive concerns, I'm always testing the DHEA sulfate, the pregnenolone, the progesterone, etc. And you can over-the-counter adjust progesterone, pregnenolone, and DHEA gradually and build that up. So that's the first step in fixing hormones, and also the first step in fixing thyroid, by the way, which is a very common problem. Many people take thyroid hormones appropriately. I'm a big fan of thyroid. I think of thyroid as a supplement more than a medicine. It used to be a supplement, by the way, until the FDA changed that when certain women back in the 70s were taking like 10 times too much to lose weight, and they were getting heart arrhythmias and a couple of heart attacks occurred. FDA moved in and made that a medication. So most other hormones are still available over the counter, and they can be used judiciously, appropriately, to protect the brain as well. Yeah, but it has to be done carefully.
Yes, thanks, Doctor, for your time the last few days. They're very insightful. You're very knowledgeable, and listening to some of your stories, I can relate because it wasn't too long ago. I've had my same phone number for 15 years, but I was asked to give it for a situation. I could not remember it, not even come close to it. I had to go to my phone to get my number sold, but I think I have other word forgetful moments too, so I think this is going to help me a lot. I'm going to dig deeper.
Can you hold the mic a little bit closer to you?
Yeah, so I'm going to be digging into a lot more of some of what you're talking about, so I just want to thank you for all that. But question about vitamin D, can we gain it through our, take it in through our eyes too, or produce it from taking in sunlight?
Vitamin D through the eyes?
Yeah, and if so, does sunglasses affect that? So that would be my question.
You know, that's a really good question. I've never been asked that question in 25 years. But first of all, the question is a very important question because when we wear sunglasses, we completely alter the full spectrum light coming into our eyes. And it actually is bad for our eyes. So actually, eye problems became worse after people started using sunglasses. Now, there's some debate on that, but actually it makes sense to me physiologically that what we want to do is not just habitually always wear sunglasses, especially if we're outside in the early morning light. We want to be exposed to that near infrared. That's really good for our eyes. That red light therapy is really good for our eyes. We should not close that off by wearing sunglasses or blocking that. But I would be careful to be in really bright light, especially on water or on snow. You want to protect against that you could get that snow blindness, right? That's bad. You're actually damaging the neurons by doing so. Anything in our eyes is actually a look into our brain. Our eyes are literally part of our brain. And so that's why many ophthalmologists have actually written books on Alzheimer's because they have documented that ophthalmologic diseases like glaucoma, etc., are actually a form of brain damage. And so that's why if you start being diagnosed with those things, be very, very aware that you may be moving into early forms of preclinical dementia. So treat those properly with lifestyle strategies. My initial thought, I don't know the answer to your question directly because I've never thought about it or looked at that. I haven't seen any research on that. But generally speaking, I would not expect, because ultraviolet B radiation is which makes vitamin D, and it has to do it by altering cholesterol in the skin. And so this form of cholesterol is not likely going to be highly present in that area of the back of the eye. So if it does happen, it's very little. And of course, what we want to do is just basically go sleeveless, be outside. I like to take a lunch. I'll go home and sit by my pool and just wear my bathing suit for about 20 minutes. That's worth the drive home and back because now I know I'm getting full spectrum. I'm getting near infrared, middle of the day, plus I'm getting ultraviolet B radiation, which is what's required to generate vitamin D. And it just feels good, right? And ultraviolet B is what tans you, not any of the other spectrum. So good questions. Yes.
I have
thank you. Whoops.
Oh, nice.
Thank you.
I have a set, most of which you can answer with like one sentence or maybe a number. So no one kill me. Okay. I don't know how to say his name right. It's like Gabor Mate or something. He wrote The Body Keeps a Score on trauma. Are you familiar? Does trauma that's experiences and not head trauma, is that also linked to cognitive decline? Do you know that? Yes or no?
Okay. I did not talk about developmental childhood traumas, psychological traumas, any kind of traumas like that, but you're very right. That's a huge factor that impacts hippocampal damage. Dr. Michael Nell's book, The Indoctrinated Brain, actually gets into that in detail. It was published 2 years ago. He's coming up with a new book on lithium, which I can't wait to read. It's coming out in November. Microdose lithium, elemental mineral lithium, really good for the brain. He's been a big proponent of that, and he's written a whole book on it now. So I can't wait to read that and look at. He's an amazing researcher, MD, PhD, molecular geneticist, physician. Yes, any type of trauma, whether it's psychological, any type of trauma, cold trauma, heat trauma, stress trauma, abuse of any kind trauma, physical trauma, chemical trauma, drug trauma, hypoglycemic trauma, hyperglycemic trauma, anything like that is bad for the brain.
Thank you. And then you said go to bed early. Can you give me a number? Is that like 9 p.m.? What's early?
Say that again?
You said we should go to bed early. What time is early for that benefit?
Earlier than I get to bed usually. So So here's a rule of thumb. It's been stated, one of my favorite authors, Ellen White, health reformers back 100 years ago, who wrote Ministry of Healing, she said something that's very interesting, that not until recently was validated in science, that the hours before midnight are worth twice as much in their restoration potential than the hours after midnight. And so on the surface, that doesn't make any sense. Like, wait a minute. As long as you get your 8 hours, that should be good, right? Okay, but see, what is healthy for us is dependent in many cases on the time of day. There's a whole field, which is a very interesting field of chronobiology. And I used to study it more deeply, but chronobiology is the study on how timing impacts health effects. There's many studies that there's certain drugs or medications that given at one time are beneficial, given another times are very, very damaging to the body. Okay, and there's some, and some of them are actually lethal when taken at a different time. And so you can look up the research. It's not commonly known, but by the time that you do things, like I talked a little bit about chronobiology with when you exercise after a meal. Do you do it right after the meal or do you wait an hour? If you wait an hour, you've lost that therapeutic benefit of controlling your blood sugar. So that's chronobiology. So the timing of when you go to bed is based on the circadian rhythm of where you live. When the sun goes down, when the sun rises. So that's why when the sun goes down, you need to be thinking of calming down, okay, because that's the state of mind. And if you do use light after the sun goes down, make sure it's red light. The old candlelight and firelight is red light. The new lights, the fluorescent lights and the LED lights are blue lights. They're really bad for us at night. And so we should move away from that and go back to incandescent, which, by the way, the EPA has now ruled they're actually legal now again. Incandescent lights, I just learned that last week. They're now legal to use, and so I would shift fluorescent and LED lighting in your home to incandescent. Why? Because it's full spectrum. It's more like, it's healthier. Actually, it's not full spectrum. It's red light therapy as opposed to blue light, which is what activates your adrenals right at the time you need to be calming down.
And then can you give us dosages for zinc and the EPA DHEA?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Can you dose for us the zinc?
Oh, dose.
And the
Zinc?
yeah.
Well, zinc is based on, to a degree, of what your blood levels are. But if I
Okay.
find that your zinc is lower than your copper, I'll give you anywhere between 30 and 50 milligrams of zinc citrate or zinc bisglycinate, but not zinc oxide. Zinc oxide is what you put on your nose as a sunblock, and it's not very well absorbed. Zinc citrate, zinc glycinate is a much better form. Or zinc picolinate would be another good option.
Because I've had 2 doctors tell me it's toxic and you should only take it when you're getting sick and you shouldn't have it on a regular basis. I'm like, oh, that's not good.
Say that again?
I've had 2 doctors tell me that zinc is a toxin that builds up in your body, and so you should only take it when you are starting to get sick.
Well, that's
And I
why
was
we
like-
test it.
That's why you test it. Okay, good.
You know, that kind of, it's like saying, you shouldn't take anything to lower your blood sugars without checking your blood sugar. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then what was the dose for the EPA DHEA?
The EPA DHA?
Yeah, thank you.
What doses?
Yeah.
So generally speaking, I'm shooting for about 1,000 milligrams of DHA and at least 500 milligrams of EPA. And of course, when we're measuring it, then 3 to 4 months later, we recheck it and see how much we've improved and how much we've improved towards what the studies show is a more definitive benefit against Alzheimer's, against heart disease. Another blood test that we measure is a lipoprotein A, which is a genetic risk factor. It's a lipid that is high in about 15 to 20% of the population, and it's far more damaging than any other form of cholesterol. And that is something that requires a lot more EPA DHA to help neutralize. It's not going to lower it that much, but to help offset it, kind of like EPA DHA offsets the damage of fructose. So when we have these risk factors, we have more of a motivation to increase the dose of the EPA DHA.
And they won't go over any of my other questions except for my husband wants to know what's the least terrible sweetener.
Oh, the least? Stevia. Stevia, which is actually a natural sweetener. It's a non-nutritive sweetener, but it's not artificial. It's real, it's plant-based. But it can still alter the microbiome. Not anywhere near to the extent that Splenda and other artificial sweeteners do. So I say if you really need to have some stevia, have it with a meal, not as a snack. Not in a juice in between meals, because that will alter insulin levels. Anything that's sweet in between meals, even if it's non-caloric, will start stimulating insulin release. Yeah. All right. Yes.
What are the side effects of metformin?
Side effects of metformin. Well, metformin is actually considered largely to be the most common and best alternative, it's the best prescription medicine available for diabetes. Why? Because number one, it doesn't force the pancreas to make more insulin. It's not like many of the other insulin-promoting medications that force insulin production and therefore can force your blood sugars too low if you're taking a little bit more than your body needs. Whereas metformin doesn't do that. Metformin improves insulin sensitivity and therefore has been shown to actually lower the risk for cancer. So there's many benefits of metformin. Now, on the other hand, you and your doctor would discuss the pros and cons, right? There's always cons to anything that we do. And in this case, metformin would never be promoted to somebody who has kidney problems, like more moderate to advanced chronic kidney disease, where their glomerular filtration rate is under 40. Because if you take metformin, then you could die of acidosis. Okay, so that's obviously bad. So you if you have a kidney problem, you stay away from metformin. The only other question mark on metformin is that there's now multiple studies that have shown that it is associated with increased risk for Alzheimer's, which actually doesn't make sense, because anything that improves insulin resistance should lower the risk for Alzheimer's. And so that would be a discussion you'd have with your doctor. I personally believe that the most likely reason for that study, if it's real, and I think it is that it interferes with vitamin B12. And therefore, if you just optimize your B12 and your homocysteine blood levels, that becomes a non-issue. And with that, we'll take one more question if there is, and we'll be done. Our marathon will be over. There's one more question in the back. Is that right? Oh, okay. And I need to return a pair of reading glasses. I don't know who, are these Denise's, or did she borrow them from somebody else? Okay, I'm going to give them to you, Art, so I'm no longer responsible. You have witnesses here. Right, yes. I did deliver them to Art. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I'll keep it short because you're really going to enjoy Mayo Clinic. First, thank you for being here and for caring. It really shows that you do. I have a question about vitamin D testing.
Bring the mic a little closer to your mouth.
I have a question about vitamin D testing. So I was toxic in vitamin D at the end of January here in Rochester by Mayo Clinic. They didn't say anything about it, so it's probably okay. But aren't there 2 areas in your body that you can test for vitamin D, the blood, and then is there somewhere else that vitamin D is at a level in your body, meaning like that you don't really know how to test for it, or can you? Have you heard of that?
Okay, so you're asking, is there another way besides blood testing for vitamin D? Is that what you're asking?
Well, right. So if they say, okay, your vitamin D is low, but isn't there another storage of vitamin D in your body that is working for you? Levels of it?
So okay, good question. when we are measuring blood levels, what we're measuring is the 25 hydroxy vitamin D, which is the activated vitamin D. That's the vitamin D that the body is now able to use right away against infection, and then that gets converted into 125 hydroxy vitamin D, which then stimulates. It goes right to the nucleus of the white blood cells and other cells, and it activates the vitamin D receptor to stimulate a gene in the nucleus called cathelicidin, the cathelicidin gene. And that gene, once it's expressed, it's turned on, right? So vitamin D epigenetically or phenotypically expresses that gene, and now that gene is stimulating an enzyme to produce cathelicidin, which is an antimicrobial peptide that'll kill any microbe. It's like the best chemotherapy, focused, personalized chemotherapy against what it needs to kill, and it'll kill any virus, any bacteria, any pathogen, any fungus. You know, there's all kinds of new fungal diseases and viral diseases and things that doctors don't know what to do. Stimulate the body to make cathelicidin, and that'll take care of it many times. That's the first most important step. And so the whole point of vitamin D is that it becomes a building block or a reserve of this key hormone or prohormone that at any minute can be used to make this cathelicidin that destroys any pathogen. So it's one of the first things that the innate immune system does to fight infections, anywhere in the skin, anywhere in the body. And so we can measure different types of vitamin D in the blood, but these are just different stages. So you take ergocalciferol, which then can be converted to cholecalciferol in the body, but it takes a while. Even the vitamin D3 takes a while to be converted in the liver, days to a week to be converted into the measurable form of vitamin D, which is 25 hydroxy. And so that's why some studies during the pandemic, they did a study, and this was really, what's the right word? Unethical. Basically promoting disinformation. They developed a study that anybody that knows what they're doing would have predicted wouldn't have worked, because they were giving the regular vitamin D at the time of admission to the hospital with a severe COVID infection. Of course, it's not going to work at that point, even if it's 200,000 units, because it takes days to weeks for that to convert to the active form. Whereas if you'd taken that vitamin D a week before, it would have already converted and it would have worked. Or in the hospital, you can actually give the activated form, calcitriol. You can give that in the hospital, and that will work just like if you had a lot of vitamin D already. But they never did that. Okay, so it's unfortunate. So that's why there's a lot of disinformation about vitamin D. That's why I spoke so much about it this afternoon, because it's easy to get swept away with the public opinion, even in the medical field, that is entirely wrong about it. So bottom line is that you can either do a blood test, a draw, or a spot test, a finger prick. Okay, still blood though, but you don't have to do a full draw, and you can do that by mail if you wish. And there's really no other way to estimate your level of vitamin D other than estimating how much time you're spending outside in the middle of the day, in the summer, when the sun's above 45 degrees, when you're not using sunscreen, you're not using a statin medication, which completely blocks the production of vitamin D by the sun, you're not getting on an age which diminishes your production by 80%. So as we get older, there's really no really good option. We either eat cod liver oil that has vitamin D in it, and most of it has it taken out, by the way, or you eat liver that has vitamin D, like fish liver, which is, in my opinion, a really bad idea, okay, because of the toxins, right? So the best way is to, while it's available, supplement.
Did you just say that a statin blocks
Yep.
the absorption, and I'm on a
So
statin.
the
How is I
statins,
toxic?
the statin medications that lower cholesterol very effectively, they actually block the production of cholesterol into vitamin D.
Then how did I become toxic?
What's that?
How did I have hydroxy D toxic level?
How would you end up with toxic levels?
Yeah, I did. They took blood work the end of January. So how was
Toxic
my
levels of what?
of vitamin D?
How much?
I don't know the numbers.
Okay, see, that's where, if you don't know how much, then you can't say it's toxic.
Well, it said it was high, and it says it was
Yeah,
toxic.
but see, high means a lot of different things to a lot of people. So that's not your fault, but that's one of my pet peeves with a lot of labs are saying, instead of saying 30 to 100 nanograms per ml is normal, which is the way it's always been for 40 years. Now they're saying, no, it should be under 80, or some are saying under 60. It's just wrong.
So the numbers.
It's just wrong. They're misrepresenting the data because they're just political pressure to do so. And so if even with there's some FDA documents that say if you're above 55, it could be potentially toxic. It's not true at all. Not true at all. Show me the evidence. There's no evidence of that. And so that's why I say if you're above 100, you're higher than you need to be, but you're not really toxic according to the best studies until you're really high. So make good decisions. Don't overreact. But the main overreaction right now that I'm concerned about, moving in to another winter of maybe serious infections, right? That could come our way anytime. If you don't have your vitamin D, if your tank isn't full right now, then you're missing out on the greatest opportunity to prevent problems.
Do you always have to take it with K2 and the MK7 form?
Short answer is you don't always have to, but ideally you should. Okay, so I always recommend, in fact, if you email me, I'll send you a whole handout on that. You want to optimize K2, at least 100 micrograms of K2 MK7 daily with every 5,000 units of vitamin D. And then you want to have a little bit of vitamin A, not beta carotene, straight vitamin A, like at least 2,000 units of vitamin A, up to 5,000, and then a little bit of vitamin E. Here's the, and we'll end with this. This is an important principle. The problem with vitamin toxicity in theory, number one, it rarely occurs, but when it does occur, it's because you're deficient in the balancing nutrients. It's a critical concept that hardly ever is discussed. So when you have a woman during pregnancy that's taking 10,000 units of vitamin A daily, but otherwise in a really bad diet, and they're really deficient in vitamin E because they don't eat whole grains, et cetera, they could have vitamin A toxicity in theory, which in theory could cause teratogenic changes or damage to the baby. Again, that's a theory. It's really hard to prove any of that. But what's the answer? The answer is simple. Don't just take a lot of one thing. Balance. That's why we start with the fundamental principles, and then we add whole plant nutrition, okay, where we get in a balance of a lot of beta carotene, a lot of vitamin C, a lot of vitamin D through sunlight, and then we supplement judiciously in balance. And so if you're at all concerned, so if you're just taking one vitamin and that's all you're doing, and you're not taking a multiple vitamin with it, you're at greater risk of having an imbalance, which you could argue is like a semi-mild toxicity, okay, but that's really true for anything else. So most of the time, the things that cause the most deficiency are being on certain medications that create deficiencies. Not that I'm against medications, you just need to be aware that we need to balance even more when we're on those medications. And with that, I bid you a wonderful evening and wonderful being with you. Thanks for hosting me here. And I'm looking forward, if Dr. McFadden will still have me, he's going to show me Mayo Clinic. So I've always wanted to tour the Mayo Clinic. Thank you for your time. Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
And thank you so much.
Yeah. My pleasure.